Welcome to Emancipated Studio. Welcome my uncle, Uncle Stu, the old man on the block.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. This is going to be the first time that we ever do one of these book readings. So y'all let me know after we do this book stuff, how you like it. You know, if I need to make it better, if I need to do anything better, you know, how y'all would like it. Different people is doing it different ways, so I'm gonna try to do it this way. And if this way isn't really working, then we definitely will be able to go back and get it done. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to give honor where honor is due. Ladies and gentlemen, when O'Shea Duke Jackson was in the bathroom because he was crying his eyes out because his woman left him alone, and when the brothers didn't really understand women and what they call the female nature, they called this man. And when it was time for the man they called Kevin Samuels to rise up and become the man, they called on this man. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I present to some and offer to others the man of the hour, the one we're going to be talking about today. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Obsidian Media Network in the house. Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, sir.
Hey, walaikum assalam, man. How you feeling?
I am doing well. I am doing well. It is going to be definitely an honor. What I did was I recorded the first, I say 2 pages.
Yeah.
Of your book, and we're going to start with like the first chapter.
Yeah.
And then after that, there's some key points that you did write in the book that I want to kind of give some weight to when it comes to the book and going from the historical narrative.
Okay.
You know, because I'm 54. I know they call you the old man. So I don't know how old you are, but
I'm right behind you. I'm 53. I turned 53 last month. So
okay, happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do is go over that, and then I can you know, you and I could come up. I can tell you some of the things that kind of hypened up what I saw. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, based on how many people's in the stream, we could definitely, you know, drop the link and kind of, you know, get an intellectual dialogue, because I really believe, you know, the reason I chose your book was because, you know, I told everybody, I said, you know, when I first was going to get this book, I thought it was one of these, you know, 14 print books. This dude trying to just sell something. But I was very impressed by your writing, and I was very impressed by the historical narrative in which you gave it. So I knew, I said, this brother got to be over 50. I said, because he's saying things that only my generation would really know. You know, so I really like that. I really like that. And I want to thank you for even coming by today and being able to talk about it. So that's going to be awesome.
I was saying last night, I was talking to some guys last night, way late last night. I was talking to them, and I was saying that there's a couple of brothers that are now talking about my book. I didn't even know these guys until last week. It was you and Shannon Rawls. Yeah, and I was kind of taken aback by it, because I didn't think anybody really cared that much about it. So it's very flattering, and I'm very humbled by it. Thank you.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, I'm gonna tell you, I started this book, Nook, really because of Shannon. What it was, Shannon was doing a book reading, and I said, well, Shannon, I want to do that on my platform. You know, I like to respect when I see an idea on one platform, you know, to go to the creator of that one. And what Shannon, he was like, well, yeah, do that, because, you know, I'm talking to one group and you talk to another group. So everybody needs to get on board. And I said, well, what book should I start with? And I said, you know what, Shannon, I'm going to do Obsidian's book, because I started reading it. And he was like, well, when you finish with Obsidian's book, I'm going to do Obsidian's book. So he's doing your book. Yeah. And then after your book, he did the Moynihan report. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to end up doing the Moynihan report on mine.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's
I don't think I mentioned Patrick Moynihan in my book that much. I don't think I mentioned him.
no, you didn't. You
Yeah.
know what? Where it's coming? It's coming from. KS talked about the Moynihan report, and then there was some other people that just kind of echoed. And
Mhm.
I'd rather have everybody take more of the deep dive
Right.
into the Moynihan report. Because I ain't gonna lie, I ain't never read it, and I got a history degree. You know,
Yeah.
but it's to take the deep dive into it and try to give some understanding of
Yeah.
what it is. But I think to a degree, it's good for people in our generation.
Yeah.
I don't really think is really big on today's younger generation. But I'll be glad for you to narrate it and speak on that, and we can see where that goes from there.
Yeah.
How much
Yeah.
time do you have, sir?
Well, I don't have anything planned, so I guess I'm here for the duration.
Okay, cool. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna bring you to the back, and then
Yeah.
I'm gonna play the clip that I got,
Yeah.
and then me and you can come up, we can talk about it, and then we'll see what anybody else that's on the platform got to say.
Okay.
All right.
Obsidian's introduction reads, first and foremost, this is a book that is as much about dating and mating as it is about the state of where Black America is at the earlier part of the 21st century, a time of great change and transition. However, while others may observe this in economic, political, and of course, racial terms, I attempt to chronicle all this most personal, intimate, primal of ways: the sexual, the romantic, the relational, and the familiar. Where did we go wrong? Now tell me, what went wrong with love? And maybe we can fix it. What's wrong between us? Where did we go wrong? Now tell me, what went wrong with us? LTD, where did we go wrong? What exactly is the Black Love Machine, you may ask? It's a question that I've asked myself quite a bit throughout the writing of this book. Simply put, Black Love Machine is the vast industrial complex that caters to the idea of black love and the millions of black women who obscenely seek it. It's been debatable as to where black men are in the interest in the matter. If the sheer amount of material in the form of books and various multimedia in anything to go by at present, we would say, at the very least, black men are nowhere near as interested as black women. We can debate the reasons why, but the evidence, as best as we have it at the moment, is quite conclusive. I put it that way because, as this very book bears out, things may be changing. A small but growing number of black love experts for black men are coming online, and it remains to be seen as to whether they will be able to make any headway. At the very least, black men, like all men, want to know how to get laid in as quick a manner as possible, and with clear and present evidence that our white pickup artist brethren have borne out. There's a market for that sort of thing. Well, see, if the same will hold true for the brothers. The Black Love Machine has literally made billions of dollars selling mostly black women the idea that love in black America is alive and well, despite all evidence to the contrary. I shouldn't be too hard on the ladies since black Americans overall cling to the romanticized views of ourselves, and which manifests in many ways, from song and dance to culture and food to books and film far outside the confines of black love itself. As we go further into the post civil rights era of the 21st century, as the ties that binds us together continues to loosen, where will I suspect continue to be a strong market for the way we were. Although, strictly speaking, the black love machine would entail the de facto black relationship expert business in the form of books and associate media over the past few decades. The antecedents reach back quite a bit farther than that. For example, upstate black feminist magazine's Essence has been discussing these issues going back to the 80s and earlier. Films like Claudine, made it in the 70s, is yet another example. Taken together, the black love machine has turmoil and change in black Americans. Of course, the civil rights movement as its height, but where others were external forces at play that have brought us to the place where there can be an industrial complex that has and continues to generate billions of dollars a year on the idea, the hope that a black love will endure. The anti Vietnam War movement was on the rise, reaching the apex in the 1970s with the Nixon era. There was a women's movement and originally conceived by the middle class, suburban white women, but quickly drew the attention and interest of emergent black women, freely liberated from the shackles of Jim Crow and now taking on what they saw as a particular kind of sexism within black America itself. Where was the Roe versus Wade Supreme Court decision, and before that, the invention of the pill, and even within the aforementioned civil rights movement? It had changed from handy days of the historic March on Washington in the early parts of the 1960s. By the end of the decade, Martin Luther King's peaceful message of justice and coexistence within whites had transformed into militantly defiant tone of black power, urged on by the nationwide rioting in the wake of King's assassination. All of the foremost is a matter of public historical record, but what is often lost in the remembrance of this period is how it impacted us personally, rationally. I've often observed the tendency on the part of many of us that the personal and relational are or should be subordinated to the bigger fish to fry, like racism, and that these concerns should be at the very least put on hold. And that's exactly what we did. In the name of righting the wrongs of the past, black relationships fell apart. The proof of this is easily seen in a rift of statistics, research, and data. From the late 1960s through the early part of this century, the black material rate plunged into its height in mid-century to an all-time low today. Black marriages in America, blackdemographics.com. It should also be pointed out that blacks were married at a rate higher than whites, and at the height of Jim Crow to boot. The out of wedlock birth rate, which was always a bit higher or blacks than whites throughout the previous century, was at the start of the 1960s and around 20% by the start of the 21st century. It had more than tripled. True, marriages for all Americans, especially whites, has gone down as well, and the rate of the out of birth rates has risen significantly since the 1960s. But the fact remains that these numbers are far and away worse for black Americans. There's simply no getting around it. And while there have been numerous of attempts to explain these sobering facts away by pinning the tail on the Jim Crow donkey, the black love machine says otherwise. It's hard to explain away the sheer degree of strife and arcemy between black men and women, including those who are doing well in the supposedly lingering racist society. The excellent read, Don't Blame It on Rio, the real deal behind why men go to Brazil for sex, is a powerful case in point. Following the lead of the Northwestern University Academy, Mary Petillo, who is widely recognized expert on the black middle class, Jewel Woods carefully documents the views of black men and women along the dating and mating lines, as the results are not pretty. Despite Wood's explanation for what we clearly read in the pages of his book, it is simply tough to square the idea that legacy of slavery is to account for how and why successful black men and women just can't get along, especially when black Americans under the heel of Jim Crow itself were more married than whites, the freest couple in American society. So what happened? In a word, freedom happened. Blacks were, as a result of racism in its various juries, forced to be with each other. But when freedoms that came with the various movements of the 60s and 70s rolled around along the historic Loving versus Virginia High Court decision, black Americans increasingly found that they no longer needed each other. Black flight began to occur, and it didn't just start in the form of better off black families headed for sometimes white suburbs. It occurred on the more interpersonal level as well. Simply put, black men and women found that they wanted different things, that they had different ideas about what living your best life even means, what it looks like, and most importantly, who should call the shots in attainment of it. Black women, with their increased education, careers, and reproductive freedom, saw fit to flex their muscles and spread their wings in the service of their own ideas, needs, and interests. And the official striking down of anti-miscegenation laws gave black men the ability to consider mates more amenable to what their ideas of good life looks like. As a result, black men and women, the very core of black America itself, began to come apart. Obsidian's introduction reads, first, black America is.
Hello?
I'm sorry, Obsidian.
Yeah.
My bad. My mic was off. My bad. I'm just a talking.
Yeah.
But
Most
just
of them are
based
going to
on,
tolerate it.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, just based on so far what has been orally read, my question to you would be: would you argue, or is part of your is part of your argument the fact that because we now have freedom away from slavery, away from Reconstruction, away from Jim Crow, that now we've been able to explore the freedom to date out where before we was kind of forced to date in? Would that be your narrative?
To some extent, yeah, because the real argument that I'm getting at is that we never really because racism played such an outsized role in Black American life, we never really took into account what would happen when that was no longer the case. And we're dealing with that fallout right now. You know, our problems as a people owe a lot less to racism than it does to other things that we really never thought about. And this is one of those things that we never really thought about. You know, what happens when Black men and Black women, you know, come to the conclusion or come to the realization that they really don't need each other. It's a question of whether they want each other. And
okay, so that, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just simply saying, you know, what happens when we come to the conclusion that we really don't need each other, but rather do we want each other, and on what grounds and on what basis and what the rules are going to be. So that's what we're kind of, you know, working out right now, you know, writ large between Black men and Black women, what the rules are.
So in other words, okay, let's look at you and I, you and I generation, because you know you tapped into the Essence magazine, which would definitely be at the heart of our generation. So the argument really could be stated: we never planned out or thought about the unintended consequences of a lot of these new rules in the sense of integration, etc.
Right. Yeah. The baby boomers and the Generation Xers and the older millennials. So that is to say, those millennial. All right. So the millennial generation starts in 1981.
Right.
So we're looking at those millennials up to about, say, 86, 87 thereabouts. So they will be about 35 right now.
Okay.
So we're looking at that cohort. Because I look at my personal opinion is that the millennials need to be looked at as a kind of bifurcation. So you have this older cohort of millennials, and then you have the younger cohort of millennials. The older cohort of millennials have a lot of overlap with Gen Xers,
right?
You know, cultural touchstones and stuff like that. So, and then the younger millennials have a lot to do with, you know, Generation Z. So they identify more with them. So the generation, the millennials in Black America, hovering around 35, they would be more in line to varying degrees with Gen Xers. So your latter 30s aged up until 40. If you think about it, all of the churn around these issues, these Black love issues, I really haven't heard a whole lot, and I could be wrong about this because I admittedly am not as I obviously know who it is, but I mean,
right.
But I haven't been as tuned into TikTok as others are.
Right.
But my bailiwick mainly is YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram in that order.
Okay.
But if you really think about it in terms of like social media, the people in Black America that are really driving the Black love conversations are baby boomers, Gen Xers, and older millennials.
Right.
And I think there are reasons for that, but they're not younger millennials and Generation Z for the most part in Black America. For whatever reason, they're not the main ones really driving it. All the churn is coming from the aforementioned three groups. And so for them, it really does come down to who's going to call the shots. You know, in a very, you know, this is going to sound really bad. I'm thinking about this. I'm writing other books as we speak. And yeah, I finished up the principal writing for the Book of Obsidian, Volume 2.
That's the one for women.
No, that's the one for guys.
Oh, okay.
But the one that I'm working on for women right now is underway. It's about roughly halfway done, and I'm aiming for it to be released in the spring.
Okay.
And the thing with that is that as I've been writing all this and, you know, keeping the ear to the ground on social media and whatnot,
right,
and thinking about all this, I think what neither side is really willing to openly admit, this really comes down to a struggle for power. Who's going to call the shots? Who gets to determine, you know, what the rules of the road are? And I'm reminded of the War of the Roses in a sense.
Yeah.
So, Yeah, where it's going to wind up, where it's going to end, and we got this most recent situation with, and you can't not talk about them, Fresh and Fit,
Right.
Giving their take on preferences and mates, and a lot of black women don't like that. Some black men, and but nobody really ever said anything with black women when they gave their take on, very more often than not, very pointed, very sharp take on what they preferred in black men and what they didn't, and to the point of making $1 million making songs about it in the past, say, 25 years or less. So I mean, it's going to keep playing itself out, and where it's going to eventually wind up, I don't know.
Well, I'm gonna give you your backup on that one. I often talk about and tell, especially telling women, but I tell my brothers that's on my platform. I let them know in the early 90s, I saw black flight from women big, and it was one of the fueling reasons for the Million Man March in 1995. But I'm getting everybody to see what the dialogue was, that what we was as black men was saying in 95, and 2 years later, what black women were saying in 97. And I let everybody know that in 95, black men was fighting for that black community, black family, and black love. But in 97, women wasn't fighting for the black men. They was fighting for their own personal interests.
Yeah, there was a very interesting song that came out in 1997, in the fall of 1997. I know you'll remember it. Erykah Badu made and it was interesting how it all got started, but she ended up doing a record called Tyrone.
Right.
Came out in the fall of 1997. I'm a big Erykah Badu fan, and I actually love the record Tyrone.
Yeah, I do too.
But it all came about as she was playing around with her session musicians live, and she kind of freestyled it. But it caught on to such a degree on radio stations, it sparked a vicious debate, and she decided to make an entire, sit down and actually hammer out a song about it, and ended up going 2 times platinum on her live album. So
Right.
It goes to your point that black women, and this is something that's going to be very difficult for a lot of black men to accept. I mean, we look at the situation with the good Reverend Devin Franklin.
Okay.
He married a very free-spirited woman. Everybody knows that Megan Good is a very free-spirited woman. I'm trying to be
absolutely
as diplomatic as possible about this. Married a very free-spirited woman, and he's a man of the cloth, and never the twain shall meet. So I mean, of course, in the aftermath, he's crying and so on. I'm not making light of that. I mean, I'm not saying that
right.
We should make light of divorce or anything like that. But my point is that, and someone of Mr. Franklin or Reverend Franklin's stature should know better. Listen, Rev, come on, man. You knew that this lady was for the streets long before you married her.
Right.
What did you expect?
Right.
Really. And my point in mentioning that is, this is going to be very difficult for a lot of black men to accept, is that a lot of black women have the ability to act on their desires, their hopes, their aspirations that may or may not include you.
Right.
And or may or may not include you the way that you want to be included.
Right.
And that's something that we're going to have to accept.
I don't, it's probably gonna make men upset, but that's a reality that just has to be done. Because with freedom comes responsibility. With freedom comes responsibility. What I am, because I didn't do anything on the Megan. I'm not a reactionary content creator, so I wasn't going to do any content on that situation, because there's so many different avenues and spins off that you could have done with that, because I remember when the whole thing got started, versus where it's at now. So, it's one of those, it could have went either way. She could have, it could have went either way. And we still don't know what the heck was those internal conversations,
Yeah.
you know, that made him pull a trigger, as they would say.
Yeah.
And you know, he kind of gave a graceful word. So it could, we don't know what those internal conversations were. So that's why I didn't really want to touch it and speculate on it.
But do we really expect Megan Good to essentially drop her life and become a pastor's wife? I mean, come on.
No, and you know what? I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad you said that. That was my key point right there. You know, being a Muslim, being a Christian, when you're a pastor's wife in the Black community, you're in a whole different light. You up under the most strictest of microscopes you can imagine. And I don't even think she may have been totally ready for that type of life. You know, I don't think she was ready for that.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's a outgrowth of this. I mean, we never really prepared for this. That you know, Black women have the ability to live their lives as they see fit, and that's something that a lot of Black men will have you know, some trouble with. And I cite Devin Franklin to just illustrate that point. I mean, this is a smart, good-looking, accomplished guy, and it even got him.
Right.
So, you know.
Yeah. My next question, just based on the reading, something else that I really love that really hit home for me. So when you talked about the Black Love Machine, and I had to chuckle because I said, boy, he's smack dead in the 1970s. You know, when you talk about Essence Magazine, I'm surprised you didn't bring up Ebony Magazine to be included in that, because they definitely hyped up Black love, what the Black family's supposed to look like, who,
Yeah,
you know, the whole role.
I'm glad you brought that up, because yeah, I was going to include them. The only reason why I didn't was because there's two types of ebony. You'll know this because you're old enough to remember it. There were two types of ebonies. So the Ebony Magazine of the 70s and 80s is a completely different animal from the Ebony Magazine of the 21st century.
That's true.
Old Man Johnson, Robert Johnson, who had Ebony and then had a hand in Jet magazine. His whole point was to show Black people in the best possible light. So that was Black men and Black women both. He focused a lot on the Black family. He focused a lot on Black male and female achievement. And he focused on that. So I guess you could say he was kind of like the print version of the precursor to the 1980s era Cosby Show, right?
Right.
Very aspirational, the Black family as a unit, all of that.
Right.
Essence was different because Essence focused on Black women, and Black women of a certain type, very upwardly mobile, upper class, aspirational. And that's the reason why I decided not to include Ebony in it. Although, because I'll let it slip. I'll give you an exclusive in this.
Okay.
I'm writing one of the books that I have planned to write, and it won't happen. I don't know. It might happen in the next year, but it'll definitely come out sometime this decade. Is that I'm focusing on writing a book about the Black family itself. And Ebony, as we knew it in the 70s and 80s, will be a part of that book, because it'll be looking back on how we were and where we are now. So all of these books that I'm writing right now, the one that you have in your hands right now, and the one that I'm writing right now, and the Book of Obsidian for guys, I had planned it as a trilogy.
Okay.
Or as I like to call it, a trilogy. I had planned it as that 3-part. So that plus the one that I've written right now for the ladies, I have no idea if there'll be a part 2 to that or not. I don't know. We'll see. But and the other books that I plan to write, they all kind of hang together like a Marvel Cinematic Universe movie or a Marvel comic book. They all kind of lead into each other and play off. So they all kind of lead up to the book that I want to write on the Black family. So the Ebony of old will feature pretty prominently in that.
With that being said, so we could because I'm gonna skip ahead on a couple of the pages that wasn't stated here. I think I stated on the first video, but something that really kind of made me chuckle. This whole concept of the ADOS ideal and this whole over policing of what that's supposed to look like.
Yeah. The black.
Do you have a moment to touch on that? Because I chuckled about it, but I want to get your view on it.
Yeah. Well, my understanding of the whole ADOS acronym, African Descendant of Slaves, came from Yvette Carnell, Antonio Moore, and Sandy Darity, who is the latter is a very well known and respected Black economics scholar. As a matter of fact, he was a classmate of Professor Glenn Lowry together at, I want to say, MIT, which is where Glenn Lowry did his PhD.
Your PhD, right?
He went undergrad Northwestern, and then he went and did his PhD at MIT. And my understanding of it is that's how he came to know Sandy Darity. Sandy Darity now is at Duke University. Right. Lowry is at Brown. And so the three of them together, Darity, Carnell, and Moore, kind of came up with this acronym of ADOS. Okay, so the argument goes that Black Americans, that is to say, African descendants of slaves, have a unique history and set of challenges separate and apart from our brothers and sisters who are willing immigrants from either Africa or points in the Caribbean. Interestingly enough, there's a very interesting writer named Eugene Robinson, writes for the Washington Post. He's a talk.
I know, yeah. I usually watch him on MSNBC.
Right. And he wrote a book about a decade ago called Disintegration, the Splintering of Black America. And one of the groups that he talks about that Black America has kind of splintered into is what he refers to as the emergent class. That's the children of African and or Caribbean immigrants, and that they would have a different take on what it means to be Black. And there's a lot of tension between them and ADOS Blacks, and it plays itself out in a multitude of ways. Like one of the ways that it plays itself out is who's going to get the affirmative action spoils of highly selective and elite colleges and universities. Many of these children of African or Caribbean parents, immigrants, tend to come here with a different view and take of education than more native-born Black Americans do.
Right.
And that causes a lot of tension because and we see this playing itself out right now with Fresh and Fit to a certain extent, that these are immigrant guys. They're not ADOS, and they can kind of seamlessly, or at least appear to seamlessly, play both sides of the aisle. So that is to say, they can claim being non-ADOS when it suits them, and then they can claim aspects of being ADOS when it suits them.
Right.
And that's something that's seen among some in the Black manosphere as a point of contention.
Okay.
That they can kind of, claim the cultural products of Black America, in this case, Black American men, the bravado, the coolness, the cool pose, the alpha-ness, I guess you could say, of the Black American male. And then when it suits them, they can kind of retreat back to their non-ADOS Black American status, which plays into this whole notion of their preferences in Black women and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of different tensions along those lines. And yeah, a real case can be made that Black Americans, ADOS, African descendants of slaves, we are a unique people. A very strong case can indeed be made for that. We are very unique in terms of how we got here, in terms of our development in this country, in terms of our contributions to it, in terms of our challenges past and present, that aren't the same with the children of African and or Caribbean immigrants. And what's interesting is that Fresh and Fit, they do indeed represent both. I mean, Myron is my understanding is that he's of Sudanese background,
right?
And Walt, Fresh, he's from, if I'm not mistaken, Barbados.
Is it Barbados or Haiti?
I'm not one of the two.
Okay.
But in either event, it's definitely Caribbean.
Right.
And so they're kind of like living manifestations of what Eugene Robinson talked about a decade ago. So and we're only going to see more of it. I don't know how many people are aware of this. The Bossip Empire, BOSSIP, Bossip Empire, was founded by a non-ADOS black man, which includes Madame Noir. I don't know how many people know that. But
no, I never got deep into that because I was going to ask you another question that kind of fingers into that because you and I is both of we're the same generation. But continue, and then I'll go back to the question that I have.
Yeah. So there's that. Who else? Everybody knows about Issa Rae. She's half ADOS, I guess you could say. Her other half being, I think it's her father. I think that's not. I think her father's from Senegal, I believe. So there's that. Who else? It was somebody else out. The Shade Room. That's it. Since Fred and Fresh and Fit are in the the cross.
Yeah, then I got blown away by them. Yeah.
Well, the Shade Room was founded by, if I'm not, I think it is a woman, a black woman, but she's not ADOS. She's I can't remember exactly where she's from. She could be Nigerian, but she's not ADOS. The founder, the creator of the Shade Room.
JC the Conqueror said Barbados.
Right, yeah. Who else? Oh God, it was just on the tip of my tongue. There's somebody else that my point being is that you're seeing more manifestations of what Eugene Robinson talked about in this book over a decade ago. You're seeing more manifestations of it in real time, and that can and will create tensions between, because this is the view among a lot of ADOS black Americans. I'm just gonna go ahead and say this. The view among a lot of ADOS black Americans is this: a lot of black Americans that are not ADOS are kind of like carpetbaggers.
Okay.
They kind of come in and take the best parts and the most convenient parts of what it means to be black when it suits them, and then when the heat is on, they can kind of retreat back to their own, ADOS, non-ADOS corner. That's the view that a lot of ADOS blacks have of them. And to be sure, a lot of non-ADOS blacks have some non-flattering views about ADOS blacks. And by the way, I wanted to mention World Star Hip Hop. I want to, that's who I was thinking of. The founder, who's now deceased, he's of Haitian background.
Okay.
So a lot of these, I guess you could call them cultural institutions,
right?
Have been created by non-ADOS black people, and they have a very big voice in black American day-to-day life. And a real question becomes, what is their voice when it comes to these black love questions?
I guess I'm gonna tell you where a couple of my struggles come from, and now I definitely got to get Eugene Robinson's book because I do like Eugene Robinson. I guess where I'm struggling and help me to navigate through this mindset. Growing up, we came from kings and queens. We was never meant to be saying we came from slaves. We know slavery. We got the slavery. But we was never supposed to be talking about how proud that we came from slavery. I came up in that era where you was black and proud. You're from kings and queens. And now the whole mindset is, oh, now I'm supposed to be thinking I'm a slave. Then my other struggle comes from the fact that I argue the best way to get out of certain situations, certain sociological situations, is capitalism. And what I understand is capitalism is supposed to be the worst thing to be used. So am I thinking wrong? Am I understanding wrong? Or what say ye? Because you have a better, more on the academia side of these arguments than I do at the moment.
Well, I'm not an academic.
Look, Malcolm X was self-educated.
Yeah. What me and the late great brother minister Malcolm would have in common is that we're both autodidacts. So, and I don't think he would consider himself an academic either. But
Okay.
but with that being said, what I would say is that for those in Black America who knock capitalism, my question then becomes, what socio-political economic system has been better to Black people? If it's not capitalism, then what is? Socialism has been an abysmal failure. Don't believe it? Look at Africa. To some extent, look at Haiti. To some extent, look at Brazil. Brazil boasts the biggest percentage of people of African descent anywhere on planet Earth outside of the continent of Africa itself. Capitalism certainly is not perfect, certainly is not without its flaws, but it's the best thing going if you're Black. That's just the bottom line. It's the best system we have. As for as for the idea of being kings and queens, I never bought into that personally myself. I understand why a lot of Black people do. You make a really good point. You go from the idea of royalty on one side to the idea of being a slave on the other. So it does. You do make a good point about that. So which is it? I personally think that a lot of Black Americans, because the non-ADOS, see, this is the real problem that ADOS Black folks have. And I'll probably write about all this in the book on the Black American family.
Okay.
The real problem that the non-ADOS Black folks have, Black men and Black women alike, the argument is predicated on an unfair system. It's still racist, critical race theory, intersectionality, reparations.
Right.
So how do you explain a poor kid in Queens, obese, Haitian, comes from a single parent home in Q, who creates World Star Hip Hop, which remains the premier website of Black men?
Right.
So the argument, now I'm going to expand this out to include my good friend and brother, St. Kevin. I call him St. Kevin.
I know, I got you.
And so the argument goes something like this with regard to him. Kevin Samuels got where he is by, talking down on Black women, right? That's the argument. When Kevin Samuels was talking about Black men, nobody cared. He only cared when he talked about Black women. Right. That's partially true.
Okay.
The part that they leave out is this. Kevin Samuels got hot because of World Star Hip Hop. World Star Hip Hop caused Kevin to go viral like 12 times. I don't know if that's a record. I know it's a lot.
Right.
And World Star Hip Hop caters to Black men, particularly the 18 to 35-year-old demographic. They have a ridiculous number of views. They generate views. They get a ridiculous number of unique visits a month. I mean, it's just off the chain.
Right.
So it's true that when Kevin was just talking to Black men, he wasn't able to generate a whole lot of traffic. Right. But it's not true to say that Black women caused him to get big. That's not true.
Right.
It was Black men that caused. And if you look at his shows over the past 2 years, the vast majority of people that's funding his shows directly by super chat ain't Black women, it's Black men. Now, we can ask this question. We could say, okay, so why is it that Black men are willing to pay big money to Kevin to, as I like to call it, and I have a word. Well, actually, I didn't break this word up myself. My lady friend did. Whoop that trick. Now, we can ask that question.
Right.
Why are Black men willing to pay hundreds of dollars, not just hundreds of dollars, thousands of dollars a night to watch another man go in on Black women? You can ask that question.
Right.
You can ask the question, why wasn't all of this attention being paid to Kevin from Black men when he was focused just on Black men? My response to that question is, okay, let's take the last question first. Black men, and it's interesting that I'm saying this now because of the passing of Sir Sidney Poitier at 96. Right. Black men don't vibe to that. As en masse, Black men don't vibe to that kind of masculinity.
Right.
They just don't. Black men don't see Sidney Poitier as a real nigga. I got to use my echo box.
Right. Matter of fact, let me back up your statement. Yeah, let me back up your statement. If anybody watched the movie The Butler, Sidney Poitier was the contention of that movie.
Right.
You gotta remember the father loved Sidney Poitier. The son did not like Sidney Poitier.
Right.
And I remember that same contention. I mean, it didn't get as high as in the movie, but me and my dad had that same contention with Sidney Poitier. So yeah, I definitely know that to be fact.
Yeah. So I mean, so black men don't consider that to be. I'm talking about as in a broad-based way. Black men don't consider that to be a legitimate form of black masculinity.
Right.
And I think that the closest thing we have to a Sidney Poitier today in a black social media context probably would be Kevin Samuels. And black men don't respond to that in a broad-based way.
Gotcha.
But black men definitely respond to a black man telling black women about themselves. I mean, we had a forerunner in that in Tommy Sotomayor. Tommy Sotomayor enjoyed. I mean, let me see. He was around. I knew about him circa 2012, 2013, and he was around before that. So, so Tommy Sotomayor enjoyed the better part of a decade without peer. I mean, let's just be honest about it. He pretty much enjoyed a decade without peer.
Right.
Doing that. And Kevin came along as definitely a refinement on it. And my point being is that black men react to that. So the question I have for black women and some black men who take issue to that is this. The real question is, you guys got to sit down and consider this. What is it about? I mean, what has driven black men to the point where they're willing to make this man go viral a dozen times and drop thousands? I mean, we're talking Magic City type money on Kevin Samuels every night for almost 2 years straight. You got to think about that for a minute. What is up with that?
Right.
Something is going on here. Well, you got that many guys willing to drop that much money to watch this man tell black women that they're average at best. It's something.
Right.
And I don't think that I don't think the other side is ready to have that kind of conversation. Yeah, I think it's a little too painful.
I think we need to let's have that conversation, because my question is going to be, because I know it's out there. My question is, you got some black men, and I'm gonna say more in my generational group, that says we need to have more intellectual conversation between black men and black women, that they blame Kevin. Now I'm not gonna say all of them do it. Some blame Kevin Samuels for what's going on now, while others.
Now, what do they blame him for? What do they blame him for, though?
Some will say they don't like the way he's talking to black women. Black women shouldn't talk this way or that way.
Right.
But see, I'm on the other side. I'm on that same question you have that I make very clear to people. Explain to me how this man talked for 5 years to men. No one said anything.
Right.
He talked to women, but I remind everybody, it ain't Kevin Samuels calling them. They calling him.
Yeah. That's another
calling him.
That's a really good point. And it's funny. I was watching a conversation with some ladies the other night. One of them was Courtney Michelle. She was part of the panel. So it was like a 5-woman panel, 5 black women.
Right.
And the question from the host went something like this: do you think Kevin Samuels would have gotten as much traction as he has if he did not present himself as a wealthy corporate guy? And of the 5 women on the panel, only one said no. All the others said he definitely would not have gotten as much traction if he did not present himself in a smooth, coiffed, well-groomed, and, to be brutally frank, if not flat out wealthy, at least very comfortably well-off type of manner.
Right.
Now that's interesting to me, because many black male content creators in the years since Kevin's been doing this now for 2 years,
Right.
almost going on 2 years. And what's very interesting to me is that no black man has said, you know what, I need to emulate his example. What a lot of black men will do is they will take his talking points and they'll stop right there. They don't go any further with it. And it's interesting that black women are saying, yeah, we take it more to account because of his entire presentation. So there's clearly a disconnect between content creators here, because I'm not talking about commenters or people just sitting in the audience. I'm talking about content creators. There's a disconnect here. The black women are saying, yes, his presentation matters. The brothers are willing to take the talking points, but have rejected everything else.
I look at it like this, and I'm coming from being a brand new content creator. I think I just got in this space, say no more than 4 months ago. And I came through the TLA wing of content creation.
Right.
And TLA is doing a heck of a job in this Patreon trying to educate us.
Right.
But to get to somebody like Kevin Samuels, let's say for me, if I wanted to pick his brain, I mean, I'm not at that height to be able to sit down and speak to him about the business and the marketing aspect of content creation.
Right.
And then you got to worry about what they call it. I'm of this older persuasion where they say, don't be clout chasing people.
Right.
So for me, I'm just trying to get it out the mud the best way I know how.
Right.
How does a real content creator get to understand that aspect of Kevin Samuels, or that aspect of the business in and of itself? Because I agree, I don't use talking points because I have my own experience, is why I was able to connect with your book, because again, I can relate to all the history that you was talking about. How do you get beyond the talking points and begin to learn the business aspect based on the way he did it?
Well, I don't even think it goes that far as business. I think it just goes as far as, well, number one, pretty much looking at, the response that, Kevin gets okay, well, let me back up and say it this way. It depends on what it is that you're looking to do. So I guess the main question for a lot of black men, I'm talking about content creators now. The main question for black men is this: exactly what do you want to see happen? If you want black women to listen to you, take you seriously, and consider changing their behavior, then I think Kevin has something to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because, number one, lots of black women listen to him. Number two, a lot of black women keep coming back. And number three, we had a panel of black women who just flat out said, yeah, the way he looks and presents himself makes all the difference.
Right.
So again, if the argument is you want black women to take you seriously, respect you, submit to you, stuff like that, name me a better model to do that than Kevin's.
Gotcha.
If there's a better model, I'm all ears.
Gotcha. And I'm gonna tell you, this is a content creator now, and I'll be glad to tell you, because I watch him. I'm proud of him. And if you ever speak to Sir Kevin, tell him to take a look at Before the Billions, because he brags and boasts about how he started doing his content. Yeah. Getting in a suit, knowing what it's like, and he speaks about it all the time. So I'm gonna shout, Before the Billions as an example. 26-year-old data engineer.
Yeah.
Very honorable by that man. My question, see, for me on this platform, just to let you know, my platform is about having a greater dialogue.
Yeah.
When it comes to black men, I know that it is a certain section of black men that's already leveled up, got their stuff together, but I'm also trying to help the other black men to learn how to talk, how to have that communication. At the same time, I argue for their freedom. If you don't want to date black women, feel free to date who you want, but at the same time, I let African-American women know, don't beat up these men, because there's a whole history. There's a whole narrative. I'm not going to tell somebody, stay with someone that doesn't want to love you. Stay with someone that doesn't want to respect you. That part, I'm not going to continue to go down that rabbit hole. So that's right now where my platform is shaping up, as well as being able just to give interviews, just to get people to understand other people. In other words, showing an example of people who may have come from one direction and how they was able to move and navigate through this thing called life. So I'm kind of in several different directions. Then with this book Nook, it's now going into the area of watching me as Uncle Stu have intellectual conversation with other intellectuals.
Right.
Whether it's from academia or self-made. Right. So because I always say, if you've never seen it before, you can't emulate what you've never seen.
Right.
So if you don't know what family is, whether it's black family, white family, Hispanic, if you've never seen husband and wife operate, there's no way in the world you can sit up there and know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what the image of this platform is. And, so I've had to like get it out the mud, learn how to do certain things and do what I need to do. But, just to be able to speak to the intellectual YouTube, black YouTube market, I ain't gonna lie, I've struggled to be able to get that.
I guess the first question is where the intellectuals in black YouTube. That would be the first question, right?
I'm talking to one.
Yeah.
I would say, to give you that answer, I would like to bring, I would say TLA is one because he drops books. He is constantly educating. I would say you're constantly educating. I would say even I just got Bernard Rowley is coming up in that intellectual class.
Okay.
And as comedic as it may sound, I'll even say Edward Anderson because he stands on, whether you like him, love him, he stands on it square.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So when I speak in that group is what I see in certain men, certain black male content creators that has a value system and can stand on their values, whether you like whether you, anybody like their values or not, they're standing on those values. And to me, that's a principle type man.
Right.
So that's where I would come from when I say more of that power of the intellectual class. Because I'm not looking at whether you went to Morehouse or you went to MIT. It's what is your value system and what are you standing on and moving in that value system? And in your value system, are you producing results?
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, you can have all the values in the world, but if you're not producing results, I can't feel you. But producing results.
Yeah. I agree with that. I try to I can't speak for these other gentlemen, of course, but I try to with myself, I try to wed the theory with the practice and the practice with the outcomes. So, and that's that can be a kind of involved type of thing. So, but I'm working on it.
Have you been a Muslim all your life? I'm gonna take an intellectual commercial break. So
no,
when did you convert to Islam?
That would have been oh boy, about 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. What I'm gonna do, because I'm gonna tell you, me and you, we could talk all day, and I'm gonna have a good time doing it. Because boy, you're in the good areas. What
was your favorite chapter of the book? Let me ask you that. What was your favorite chapter of the book?
I gotta admit, it had to be chapter 2 because that's where I got stuck at.
Oh, the pro-black.
Yeah, that whole ADOS thing and the fact that the over-policing of the African-American community, that was real deep for me.
Okay.
And I say that because I kind of get caught in those debates as we speak right now.
Oh, really?
Because I have a very interesting background. First of all, I've already done all the traveling. I'm a prior military, done my traveling, did the married thing, raised the kid thing. And when you get outside the United States, and you're talking about the early 90s, you get outside the United States and you're treated in a way that is mind-boggling.
Right.
And and it had nothing to do with women. This just had to do with straight culture, just how you was treated by men and women outside the United States. And it really hit home for me when I was doing reflecting. You remember during the Carter administration when they were snatching planes left and right?
Oh yeah.
They were sending all the black people out of there, but everybody else had to stay.
Right.
That right there just opened up such a global worldview. And then when I got back out into the dating scene and seen what I saw and was interacting with the things out, I was like, this is absolutely crazy. There was no I didn't know nothing about no manosphere or no red pill or none of that stuff until about a year ago where I finally got on YouTube. And yeah, I came through YouTube by the way of Kevin Samuels. So it was hearing all these different dialogues and conversations, and I felt that my voice in the whole situation was I could speak to it because me being older,
right?
Me having the background experience of what I went through, being a victim of domestic violence, not having any aid out there, understanding what mental health was. Kevin Samuels was the first one to talk about that I heard on any of these platforms speak about the debate dealing with domestic violence. And I was like, okay, I can speak to that because I'm a living example of that.
Right.
So that was my way of getting into all of this. But I also don't come from the same background that a lot of people like to pigeonhole us in. I came from a 2-parent home. My home was good. Economically, I came from a well-to-do family. I didn't get into issues until in my mid-20s, going all the way up to, I don't really like to say now, I think I'm doing pretty good right now.
Right.
So I bring that uniqueness because I can relate to a lot of things the men are saying.
Yeah.
I just don't use the talking points that a lot of people, use it. If you want to say it from that perspective, I come from the narrative aspect of it. So if somebody came to me and said, well, black men say this, I can give you my own personal experience along with the narrative. Now try to argue with me because now you're talking to a grown man who ain't cussing you out, ain't fussing you out, but telling you the same thing just in a different way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The pro-black game chapter was pretty interesting to write it in the way it came about. Now that was a chapter that came about as a direct result of my listening audience on the air. And they was the ones that actually said, yeah, man, we want to see you write that chapter. So that's how that happened.
I'm gonna give you a challenging chapter, and I would love to hear your intellectual view on that.
Yeah.
Here's been my challenge as a black man.
Okay.
My challenge as a black man is that I don't necessarily fit all of the so-called black man narratives.
Not all black men do. I mean, these are very rough approximations and generalizations. They're not meant to be comprehensive or pinpoint precise. They're terms of art, not of empiricism or empirical study or documented science. They're terms of art. So by definition, there's going to be a lot of wiggle room for guys as they look at themselves in all of this. And that should be, because there has to be room for individuality. So if there's no room for individuality, then none of it really matters. Because now you're reducing everybody not just to stereotypes, but to groups at that. So it really doesn't have any utility in a one-to-one sense. So yeah, nobody fits any group designation to a T. We all have our own individual permutations that we bring to it.
Because I'm gonna tell you, Intentional Millionaire, he, this is how we met one-on-one. Intentional Millionaire and I, we did an interview. Intentional Millionaire did an interview on me, and the topic of discussion was capitalism.
Right.
And do you know that, A, it turned out to be one of the best videos that we got, and then B, it also turned out to be one of the videos that people sometimes push back on, because we had a deep conversation about capitalism. And I even talked about how, if we don't understand owning your own business and knowing who really pays the taxes and got to deal with all these social issues, it it was very interesting. It was a very interesting take, because he's more on the strong financial side, but I understand capitalism and I understand, both the freedom aspect of it as well as not paying taxes. And people don't understand who really pays taxes and who really pays for all these social programs.
Right. Yeah.
So it's interesting. But yeah, I think chapter 2 definitely caught me because it became a little bit more personal for me because it's a battle that I have fought all my life. I can't be I'm sort of in that area where you're not fully accepted as a black man because you don't have all of the sociological black man experience.
Right.
But then you're not, fully on the other side too, because I'll always say I'm gonna still hold black men accountable in certain areas, even though I understand the narrative, the issues, and the circumstances. But at the same time, it's like there's certain narrative I can't get with, so I just got to sit back and say, okay, let me just hear the story.
Well, give me an example of what you mean by these narratives that you feel that you can't speak to.
For me, not having a father, I can't really speak to what that dynamic feels like. And I never want to come with such a hardcore conservative view.
Mm-hmm.
And in certain areas, I can't take all of that narrative. So all I can do is hear the story, empathize, and teach what I can teach.
So
I've watched guys grow up without a father and was successful. Where I've seen
so it's no longer a matter of theoretical discourse. If you've actually witnessed black men who succeeded without a father in their life, one of them would be former President Barack Obama. So
correct.
If that's the case, then why being apprehensive about saying, listen, man, just because you didn't have a dad doesn't mean you can't succeed.
Let me ask you this. Then in other words, I have the right to do that pushback because it's coming from a more conservative point of view.
Well, I don't know if it'd be conservative. I mean, Barack Obama is considered one of the most liberal presidents we ever had.
Well, that's true. But my philosophy would be more conservative than it would be liberal. It's giving me something to think about.
Yeah.
I'll put it that way.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I'm gonna drop the link. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Got a little time? Okay. All right. I'm dropping the link. If any one of y'all want to come up, ask Obsidian any questions, ask me any questions, or just give a commentary. And I appreciate you coming in today. I didn't have you until the 10th, but hey, I'll take you anytime you want to drop in.
I got a link in the mail. I guess you sent it to me.
Yeah, I sent it to you. Yeah.
So here I am.
But this is good. This is good. But like I said, right now I'm just building this plane as I fly it.
Mm-hmm.
So as I begin to understand the market and understand different things, then I do what I got to do to correct the plane, do whatever I need to do with the plane. But yeah, I really am trying to, build it to where I can really have conversations with, with the content creators that has the experience, that's thinking, that's understanding, so that I can learn and know what added value I can give to the marketplace.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because you said that the pro-black game is the most interesting or favorite chapter of yours. What do you make of my argument in the pro-black game that the pro-blacks or its leaders, I guess you could say, aren't that different from what we see in the black love machine?
The reason I was able to deal with that because I found them to be the police officers, and I find them to be the ones that, in my personal opinion, keeps black ignorance right where it's at.
Right.
And I believe that is the biggest contentions that I have, because if I don't fall to your narrative, then and I did something about agenda versus narratives. When I'm no longer a part of your agenda, then you reject me as a whole human being. And that's been my biggest issue with that.
Yeah.
I'm not a part of your agenda if I'm not going to live my life thinking of myself as a slave. I'm not going to live my life waiting on the United States government to give money or to give all these resources that 13% of America can't fight to get. There's certain things where I say the theories sound real good, but if you can't show me how it's going to operate and how it's going to be practical, then I say it's a beautiful theory.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people sit up in these colleges and they have these beautiful theories, but there's no reality behind the theory.
Yeah.
So it could sound good to my intellectual ear, but where's the practicality to it? So I had more of the contention on if you're gonna educate me on something, then you have to allow me to say, but I'm not part of that narrative, and not try to over police me into convincing me I'm something that I am not.
Yeah.
Or trying to convince me that I need to be thinking this way, because when I look at my personal family, why was it that, especially my dad being number one, then I go back to my grandfathers being number two, explain to me how my dad can go from Jim Crow South and provide the family and the economic structure that he did. And to this day, by the grace of God, he's still alive, sit around and tell me the worst thing that ever happened to African-American community was to what? Integration. He ain't the first one I heard say that in his generation. So I have a problem. I have a problem when I look at somebody that says, I got a business and this business has been going on for 130 years. I got a problem with us not being able to grab the boots by the horn and actually build businesses. I'm looking at today's economy, today's social network, and I'm saying, wait a minute, we got the internet. We didn't have no internet back in the 80s.
Right.
We didn't have something called YouTube back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And what we did with hip hop, I know people like to talk against it. My attitude is, I'm from New York. I watched something that started in the Bronx that they said wouldn't go nowhere. And now we have an international market.
Right.
So what would have happened if we had YouTube back in the 80s? With all that we was doing then. I told everybody if we had this in the 80s, by the time we hit the 90s, nobody be going out to get a job. You tell me I can make money sitting behind a laptop?
Well, yeah,
I mean, I'm making that simple, but I'm just looking at, because let's be honest. Crack cocaine destroyed the black community. However, if you took the mind of the average drug dealer back then and gave him a good product, where would the African American be sociologically and economically back then?
It's an interesting question. You're getting a lot of people asking questions in the chat room, by the way.
Yeah, I've been trying to get everybody to come up, but I don't know why everybody won't come up.
Yeah.
Let me. I mean, Wally. This is Wally. Wally says, "Hello, Mr. Obsidian. Do you know?" Oh, that's the one that wrote the book. Shazaz Ali. If so, do you believe by her statement of both black men and women fault for where we are today? If so, who do you think is coming to the table?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. Yes, I do know of Miss Ali. Know of her very well. She spent her critical years here in Philadelphia. She's no longer here. She's in Ohio, but I don't know exactly what city.
Okay.
So yes, I do know of her. Know of her very well. Do I believe in her statement about black men and black women being at fault? Yes. Do I think that they're going to come to the table? I think that's happening right now in the black manosphere.
Answer all your question, Wally. You know, let's go back to her book. I remember when she first came out. And one of the ironies that they talk about when she first came out was that whole beating of black men. But no one took the whole book and understood the whole book that she wrote. And so that means Obsidian, when I come to Philly, man, I gotta try to. I'm a vegan now, so I can't even do Philly cheesesteaks no more.
Yeah, neither can I. But I found a good substitute.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a brother up here.
Okay, cool. That'll work. This is the one that everybody calls my uncle now. Mr. Obsidian. You know, they said when me and him was side by side, you know, I became the nephew, he became the uncle. Yes, Mr. Tolbert.
How are you doing, Uncle Stu?
Doing well, sir.
And Obsidian Talk Radio. This is my first time hearing you, but certainly knowledge that when I was coming up as a youngster wasn't available to me, but I certainly would have benefited from it.
Yeah.
I want to always try to figure out what can I add to any conversation that's dealing with black men. And you know, sometimes when you actually start to tell your own story, you find yourself out on a limb because no one else can share with your type of story. So I can only add this much. I'm one of 7 children of a black man who ran his own television repair business back in the 70s, early 60s and 70s.
Okay.
So to see how the narrative is, if you have a child, the one child can cost you over $200,000 per child. Back then, that I may have been left off. Now that people only have 2.6 children or something like that. But I say that to say this: my father was his own businessman, former military. He was a radio engineer in the military. Came back to the States, married my mother at 17 years old. She had children. He ran a business. She worked in his business with him. We worked as a family. My father would wake us up and say, if I got to go to work, you got to go to work.
Right.
So the work ethic was ingrained in me at the age of 5 years old. From the time that we're weaned off the mother and the father began to show us what he does, take us on work with him, show us how to use tools. As a youngster, I learned how to fix flats, put plugs in them, drop transmissions, change my old engine oil, lay down floors, put up drywall, paint, all those things that now people pay for. When I hear the prices that people are asking to paint a room, I shake my head. It's a brush, a can of paint, and an hour, and $400. Yeah, you're gonna pay somebody that amount of money. So I'm trying to put it out there in this sense. I've watched from my youth how I had to prove everything I was. I don't think there's very many young men that can say that they got an opportunity to work for a Fortune 500 company at 17 years old, fresh out of high school, and had to compete against grown college men and outperform them.
Right.
Very few black men can say that they've lasted in an industry for 48 consecutive years and was still outperforming all of his workers. I basically retired because I got tired of being used more than everybody else. And COVID kind of encouraged me to say, get off the field. You're getting too old now to be doing this.
Right.
But I guess my concern is, how can we, with all this information, I have 48 years in the work industry, outperforming, creating, getting awards for being creative, showing how when you do something, here's how you can do it better this time, and the next time do it better. How can we get that concept, or that, how can I get that concept, I guess, out of me, outside of putting it into writing as you've done, to help this group of young men? And well, again, 65, so I got to go back 30 years. Those in from the 20 to 40 year age, to get productive and really care about what they're doing.
Well, I mean, the first place you can start is right here on YouTube. You got to meet them where they are. So a lot of younger guys on YouTube, a lot of younger guys on TikTok, and you can start there, get in front of the camera and talk. You don't necessarily have to write a book the way I did in order to do it. And that'd probably be the easiest and most straight ahead effective way to go about it. Doing what I did is great if you're really a masochist and you enjoy a lot of pain.
I want to piggyback on what Mr. Tolbert said, because I think you said this. You was on I think it was the first time I met you on a panel with Courtney Michelle, and you had went into the historical narrative of how the economy has changed, and you was basically pushing back on a lot of people that's trying to live in the 1950s, and I had to laugh when you talked about, sure, if y'all want the mirror types, go ahead over to her country and see how that really worked out for you. And I laughed because I understood exactly the concept. Can you briefly go back over that history, explain it to, especially people that's in my chat and probably listening, your historical narrative of how the economy changed, because it changed from Mr. Tolbert's era to you and I's era to we're in a totally different economic era today.
You speaking to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, I guess, for me, see, everything is moving in such a it's in not only in a state of flux, but everything is moving so rapidly.
Okay.
The tech is moving so rapidly. So I guess one reason why I wrote a book is because I knew it's still one of the old standbys that still stick around. But if you're looking to play in the high tech pool, you got to kind of have a intuitive sense of what's going to work and what's going to stick and what's not. And that's kind of how I did it to wind up here. Is I kind of looked at who all the players were at the time. So it was YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and I decided that YouTube was going to be the place that I would mainly plant my flag, because I knew that's where the guys were, and YouTube wasn't likely to go anywhere. And I'm glad I made that bet, because I turned out to be very lucky in it. But yeah, you have to kind of know what the tech is out there, and then get a sense of where things are going to be going in the next 5 to 10 years, and pick your shots.
And my last question would be, and then I'll let Wealth Talk Productions ask you a question. For us older guys, people like Sam Tolbert and myself, that's just now Sam Tolbert's been on YouTube, but I'm probably going to more or less speak for myself. What from what you see in your background, your experience thus far on YouTube, where would you say our place needs to be? Where would you say that we can benefit, let's say, the manosphere or just men in general, at right now? In the sense of us being older, because our competition, or I can argue the market competition is, I'm up against a bunch of 30-year-olds, a bunch of 40-year-olds. And in my view, and in my opinion, it's more about having a chaotic platform than it is about having a real intellectual conversation. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. The single biggest draw in the Black manosphere right now is a Gen Xer who is approaching mid-50s, and Kevin Samuels. I mean, he's kind of like become the gold standard in terms of the man to beat, so to speak. So, so my I say that to say that the idea, because there have been guys, and I've been quietly listening to this or quietly observing it for a while. You got these younger guys, usually they're in their 30s, if not younger, kind of selling wolf tickets about older guys. And I've noticed that as Kevin has gotten more and more successful, and to an extent, yours truly with the book has kind of died down. I get it. We've all been there. You kind of, ants, got the ants in the pants and you're younger and so forth.
Mhm.
But, there's a reason why, and they talk a lot about, what they love to talk about female nature, all this. And yeah. And so, we're going to talk about the nature of things, the way of things. Well, the way of things is that the older men always had the seat at the head of the table. The older men always were the, for lack of a better, if I dare say, alpha males of the group. There's a reason for it. The fact that you're a man and you stuck around that long says something. It's not just about, getting to the top of the mountain and staying there. You can be the king of the hill, but how long are you the king of the hill? There's a whole lot of kings in history that had very short reigns. They were there for a hot minute and then they were gone.
Right.
So it's not just about getting there, it's about staying there. If you're a black man and gone beyond your 40s into your 50s and beyond that, there's a reason for it. Like I said, Sir Sidney Poitier left this world 6 years out from 100.
Right.
And has achieved some. I was saying this with my lady friend. I was trying to think about this. Maybe somebody can help me with this. So he's won multiple Oscars as a black male actor, right? And he did that largely in the 50s and 60s. So since then, now I know that Denzel Washington has won an Oscar. I know that Forrest Whitaker has won an Oscar. What is another black male actor that has won just one Oscar for best male actor, let alone multiple Oscars the way Sidney Poitier has done?
None.
So there you go. So what I would say about what's our place as older guys, as the elder statesmen of the the black manosphere, I guess you could say, is at the head of the table. That, as it always is in anywhere on planet Earth, the elders always have the head of the table. The young guys got to wait their turn. That's always the way it's been. They got to wait their turn. They have a lot to learn, young Padawan learners.
Mr. Tober, when you get a chance, go to Obsidian's site. He has where it's just a dialogue. And it's so comical when you hear his dialogue. I'm talking about the one where you got the photo of you in the old classic bathroom. Something that a lot of people don't know nothing about. It's the one where it's just a voiceover, and your photo is and you're in a suit in the I call it the old because the only place in New York that had the old Apollo Theater type bathroom. That's where, it's a little fancy.
You speaking about me?
Yeah.
What color suit would it be?
Hold on. Let me go to your site and I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
While I'm looking this up, go ahead. Wealth Talk Production. Ask them whatever you need to ask them.
Hello, gentlemen. How you guys doing? Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Good. Hello, Uncle Stu. Hello, Sam. Hello, Obsidian. How you guys doing today?
Great.
Doing well.
All right. So, Mr. Obsidian, I'm the young man that just asked you the question about Sharada Ali. So you answered my question. The last part is, let me redefine my last part of the question that I asked you. So when I said, if so, who do you think is coming to the table? What I'm basically saying is, if both black men and black women are 50-50 at fault, and to your time of you talking these conversations, throwing the bone of conversation right into the space, and then letting it be heard.
Yeah.
Who do you feel that has morally progressed to coming to the table to really mend what's been going on between us? That's what I was basically getting.
I don't think that's happened yet. I don't think we're quite there yet. I think we're on the way, but I don't think that's quite happened yet. It's still going to be some wrangling out. We're in a period now of kind of like shaking out because a lot of black folk on both sides have kind of, let me put it this way, that we're very sensitive about class. We're very sensitive about the idea that there are blacks that are different and distinct from each other. And that kind of grows out of our, kind of bunker mentality that we've had for the past century plus, under Jim Crow and that sort of thing. But that period is behind us. We're not going back. And as often happens with human nature, you're going to see people self-selecting. So what we're seeing right now is a period, my good friend and brother Lil Big Nate calls it the Great Separation, where you see blacks, in this case, in this black love sense, which is really the linchpin or the engine that drives everything else. You're going to see black men and black women kind of self-select. So they're going to self-select out. And so what you're going to see is the black men and black women who do want to kind of come together and work things out, and the black men and black women who don't. And the black men and the black women who don't, they're going to be looking at the black men and black women who do and see that they're moving ahead and getting along and all that. And they're going to look at their own lives and it sucks. And they're going to make a lot of noise about it.
Right. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. The reason why I allude to that asking this question was because I was lucky enough to see Shara Ali be interviewed by MTR, which, if you don't know, is mediocre tutorials and reviews. He had her on his live stream on an interview. Okay, great. Then you already know that because I remember MTR had asked her a question how she feels about the future of us, and she feels highly good about where we'll be in the future.
Yeah.
So I just want to ask for your perspective. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah,
I'll go down.
There's a number of people that in the chat room who said Jamie Foxx and a number of other people have won Oscars.
Yeah,
I'm mixing lies with the truth. I didn't.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Bomb Sherry. Yeah,
I didn't lie. Where's the lie? I didn't say that no other black men have won Oscars. I just asked a question.
What, Bomb Cherry? I don't know if you got it. He wasn't asking who won. He was asking who won more or equal to Cindy Poitier.
Right.
Yeah, we can all name men, but who won more? He's saying Cindy Poitier, for all that he's been through, won more awards than Terrence Howard, definitely more than Terrence Howard, definitely more than Denzel Washington, definitely more than Eddie Murphy. We're talking numbers per men, not the number of men. Yeah, we all can name men. We're talking about won multiples of Oscars as an individual. The video I was referring to is only in Black America are men judged by their looks.
Yeah, that was that was something else. I don't know if I wrote that in the book, in the current book. I do.
No, that sounded, when you were speaking, let me use the word rant, but I don't like to say rant all the time because I don't like to believe people are ranting. But it was a rant, and it really, for me, it was very funny, but it was very inspiringable because you also had to tell the young bucks to kind of sit down. And I was
like I said, let me share with you, since this is a quasi panel of older black men. So I don't know if you guys agree with this or not. But one thing I've noticed over the years,
Wally, I'm gonna drop you off the panel, okay?
Yeah, I know, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed over the years is that there's this, and this isn't anything scientific. This is just my own observations and impressions. I get the sense that there is a kind of bias against older black men. By older, I mean, I'll set the bar at 50 and above, right? So there's this kind of bias against older black men on the part of older black women, some younger black women, some younger black men. And I'm still kind of working out the working theory in my head, but it goes something like this. I think it owes to our unique post-Great Society period. Great Society owing to President Lyndon Baines Johnson's anti-poverty initiative called the Great Society, right?
Right.
And that spawned the huge expansion of the welfare state. So I think that there's this bias against older black men on a part of the 3 or 4 mentioned groups because of, in part, the dissolution of the Black American family to a large extent.
Right.
But it plays itself out most vividly in the areas of dating and mating. And I think the lightning rod at the moment has been Kevin Samuels. He's an older but fit, older but, how should I say, stylish black man. He's not like an old codger, or he's not like, you know, the proverbial old dirty old man. He's older in a suave, debonair type of way that still makes him viable on the mating market. That is something that a lot of younger women could see themselves vibing with.
Right.
And he has made it clear that he's not interested, kind of like shades of Fresh and Fit here. He's made it clear that he's not interested in older black women. That really set a lot of older black women off. So I have noticed this kind of bias against older black men. Of course, a lot of younger black men don't like that because they feel that these, you know, guys like him are kind of, you know, moving in on their territory, which is younger black women. Of course, nobody thinks about the American ideal of right to freedom of association.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about the fact that these younger black women are women in their own right. They're not you know, young girls. You know, you're looking at women that are, you know, 21 and above. And we're also not looking at the fact that many of these older black women themselves have no qualms about being a sugar mama or being a MILF or a GILF or anything like that, or wanting to get with younger black. Like in Black America, that's seen as something to be proud of. You know, in outside of Black America, you know, being seen as a sugar mama or being seen as a MILF or a GILF is kind of like a scandalous type of thing. But in Black America, it's seen as something to be proud of. You know, you still got your mojo. They even got a movie. Well, first it was a best-selling book, and then it became a movie. How Stella Got Her Groove Back.
Right.
So yeah, so there is this kind of bias against older black men, and it's something I've been thinking a lot about. I might write about it in the upcoming book about the black family, but it's undeniable, at least in my mind, that there is this kind of bias against older black men. And wanted to know what you guys thought about that. If I'm right or if I'm wrong.
You're absolutely right. I don't know if you remember when you and I was on, because you remain quiet. That's the other part that made me laugh. When it was you, I, Courtney, and then What the Funk came up and basically blasted me and said it was my generation's fault for all the issues going on. When I did the Bernard Riley show, the topic was, do older black men owe younger black men anything? That was the theory right there.
Yeah, I missed that. I didn't have a chance to listen to it. I missed it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. So the bias is absolutely out there. And I don't know. Someone told me about some content creator who had a pretty decent platform, said they would basically want my whole generation wiped out. You know, so it was, you know, so it's like, wow, I never would look at my dad's generation and blame him for what was going on in my generation. But yeah, that bias is out there. It surely is out there. And you know, I always laugh and go, well, I can't figure this out because we always used to look for the older gentlemen to give us knowledge, wisdom, understanding of how to handle things. Even when Mr. Tolbert was on my platform, I just did a lot of questioning because he's the next generation above me. So yeah.
You know, that's an interesting statement because going back to Kevin for a moment. So he
are you talking about this? I don't know. Bomb Cherry is the first time I ever seen Bomb Cherry in any of my chats.
But that means she's been listening.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So so as I was saying, so Kevin has been attempting to act in a role of a mentor of sorts to younger black men that I'm aware of. Prior to 2020, I had known of him doing that for at least 3 years prior to 2020, and he had very little to show for it. younger black men and quite a few older black men, to tell you the truth, just wasn't having it. They didn't respond to that very well. So I find it interesting that there are younger black men who are blaming older black men for the state that they're in, when there are older black men attempting to mentor younger black men, and they roundly reject them. That's just a very interesting, if not very sad, state of affairs.
Well, I'm going to tell you from my little anecdotal experience. Oh, okay. That's right. All right. I remember you now, Bomb Cherry. My bad. I do remember you. You got to forgive me. I'm old girl. My experience thus far, and this is it saddens me, but I keep pushing the ball forward, is that if I set up a panel and say, well, let's have an intellectual conversation. Let's talk about communication. Let's talk about these subjects. I even went and got a mental health counselor to come. I get absolutely nobody to show up. You know what I'm saying? The big numbers. But if I sat up here and said, let's talk about 304s all day, my whole panel would be blown up from here to Kingdom Come, and no solution will be done at the end. We're just yelling and screaming and talking about what women won't do and how they won't do it. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
If I might add something, being a church person, his entire life, an actual church musician, I got to see the women from the church aspect as a musician. And my impression was, as I got older, as from a young man from 17 to when I stopped doing it, a lot of women feel that they still have a right to tell us how they think we should be. And the very second we stand up and say, yes, that's your opinion, but this is what I'm going to do, you get that negative tone. If though, who do you think you are? If though to say, I don't have a right to my opinion, what they say should matter more than what my opinion says.
Yeah. You get that. You do get that a lot. Yeah. So I mean, the bias against older black men, and I'm sorry, Bomb Cherry, to disabuse you. I have personally seen Kevin's dating profiles on Tinder, and you're wrong. I've seen quite a few women in their 20s trying to holler at him. So sorry, but
yeah.
I personally, this is something. I mean, Kevin sent it to me, so I'm actually seeing it. So I mean, no.
Right.
And I have a good friend of mine right now who's in Sao Paulo, Brazil, and he told me, he did just the other day. He told me that women in the 28 to 32 age range, you be beating them off with a stick over there, Obsidian. So I'm not seeking it, but I'm just saying that, a lot of older black women like Bomb Cherry want to make everybody believe that black men like a Kevin is somehow, doomed, and I'm sorry. It's just not true.
Well, Obsidian, let me say this, and mine is here right in the next room. Before I got with her, I told her, most of the women that I noticed, especially me in the age that I am, 54, at 52, I didn't want to deal with no woman that was 10 years that was in my age group too, because of the things that I was seeing and how things are. I was able to have better conversation with someone that was 38 to 40 to 42 than I was with someone that was in my age group. So I definitely, again, through experience, can relate to that. And I'll even go as far as saying, this, now I ain't gonna lie, this 6-figure stuff, I didn't hear about this till I got on YouTube.
Yeah.
But all I needed was a job, a place to stay, and a car, and I didn't even need to take a woman out to dinner. So yeah, the dating aspect for an older man, and you'll always hear a younger woman say, "We'd rather have an older man because they're more established. We'd rather have an older man."
That's true. Yeah.
I mean, so it's a reality. And again, I don't come from Kevin Samuels talking points. I'm coming from my own personal experience.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, so that the idea that that the older guys are somehow these dirty old men that are, predating on, young and hapless
right.
maidens and that sort of thing. It's just incredible.
Yeah, because I've even heard the argument, oh, well, 50-year-old men want a 26-year-old. And I'm going, what the heck can a 26-year-old do for me? I'm in a,
to be frank, a 26-year-old can do quite a bit for me. But nevertheless.
well, for me, I'm sitting, I don't want to go that young. When I got kids that young.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, I mean, you want to ask the question. But I mean, yeah, I mean, I just noticed that it's kind of over the top. And it does kind of emanate from older Black women, and I've seen quite a few younger Black men very animated. I can understand why they would be, but and then every so often you hear some younger Black women, not many, but there's a few. And again, this is nothing scientific, so I have to sit down and really think it through about how I'm going to write about it. But it is something that I have observed.
Yeah, and I'm going to say I've gotten, I see more of the males doing it. I've never really gotten pushback from women. Matter of fact, I would argue that the women that does come to my panel, are willing to have the open conversation. Then I got some that is 100% supportive. They just like the fact that I don't have all the yelling and cussing and fussing on my panel. Yeah, so it's like, yeah, well, at least we can go talk to him and not feel like they getting beat up and called out their name and character.
Yeah, you do have that, kind of wild and raucous sector of the Black manosphere. Boys will be boys and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
Bomb Cherry, you gotta forgive me. I told you I'll be on these YouTube streets. I'll be all over the place.
How you doing, my brother? It's all good. It's all good. How you doing, Obsidian? Hi, Mr. Sam Tobin. How you doing, my brother? So I came up because
whoa. You got something on in your background?
Yeah, that's my grandson playing a game. Hold on.
All right.
Let me walk out. Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. The only reason I came up is because Obsidian, like I said, he liked to mix a lot of truths with that thread. It's a thread of truth within lies. He said that I myself am against Black men, and I'm not. In fact, I love Black men, only Black men. Supportive of my brothers. I'm just not very supportive of the Black manosphere, in particular, Mr. KS. And mainly because, like Uncle Stu, like yourself, right? You just mentioned that, hey, you a brother. You're not getting really a lot of pushback from the women because we like listening to men. Women who love men, we love you, that energy. That's why we would come in your area and listen to what you have to say. And if you allow us to speak, then we will speak. I wouldn't have come up if I thought that I wasn't allowed to speak, because I don't want to get involved with you men in y'all conversations, but it's educational to us women. Hold on, my grandson followed me. Hold on. Man, he's following me everywhere I go. That's my grandson. Anyway, but Obsidian is contention. He is the Black man, the older Black man, who have the young Black man not trusting. To be honest, the younger men. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off. You saying a whole lot. So let me see if I can put in a little bit of an order. My understanding is you don't like KS, right?
No, not that I don't like him, but yeah, his talking points.
Okay. Are you aware now? I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Are you aware that I'm older than Kevin Samuels and that Mr. Tolbert is older than Kevin Samuels? First of all,
yes.
just age. Are you aware that I'm older than he is?
Yes, I am. I know Kevin quite well.
Okay.
I've seen him as well.
And are you aware that, let's say, for example, would you pay me $10 to come on my platform to cuss me out?
Would I pay you $10?
Mm-hmm. There's a reason why I'm saying that.
So I can curse you out, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, people do that.
Okay. Here's the thing. I have daughters. My oldest daughter is 36. Other daughter is 28. My other daughter is 25. Right? Here's the problem that I have. One, women calling him. He ain't calling nobody. That's one. Two, none of my daughters would dare. And I said this on my platform with my daughter right next to me, would dare call him, talk to him like they buddies, call him Kevin, and then slam cuss him out and threaten his life. I don't hear no woman talking about the gross disrespect of that. If I don't like your content, whether you're a male or female, I am not going to sit up there, go on your platform, cuss you out. Number one. Number two, call you out your sexuality like it ain't no tomorrow. And then try to shame the people that follows you. My attitude is, if I don't like your content, I just don't watch it, and I just don't financially support it. And I think when we start doing that, I have an issue. That's where I get the issue. This is not whether I'm sitting up there defending Kevin Samuels or I'm pro Kevin Samuels. This is just me looking at plain logic. So if everybody, if you don't like the man, why are we all listening? Why would anybody care what he got to say if this is going on? Now I have to agree with Obsidian. The question of the day is, you may not like him, but has anybody taken a step back and said, well, why in the world does this man got 1 million followers if all of his talking points is garbage? If everything he got to say isn't true? If all of the things that people have said about this man is supposed to be true, something else is going on. And so when I say that, I think YouTube, with all this technology, if all of the accusations about this man was true, guess what? It would have revealed itself.
It has revealed itself. It has revealed itself. But you asked a question that really answers itself. Do you think Love and Hip Hop is something, a TV show that is valuable and very something that our community can benefit from? I'm quite sure not.
Who supports it?
Lots of
black
people.
men supporting it.
Who's not supporting it?
Black men don't support that.
Black men do support that. What are you talking about? Young black men and women.
Not in the largest numbers.
How do you know that? Because somebody told you that, or because
you could go online and see who the sponsorships of that is and who is marketed to
black people. In fact, it was Love and Hip Hop was so popular they put it in different areas, and then they have even a white version of it.
Okay, have you? And this is where I give Obsidian his most darling credit. Mm-hmm. In the very first chapter of the first part of this book, it talks about the dating and mating and the market. Me and Obsidian is in the same age category. The market dictates what we do and what we see. The market advertises to the people that's giving up the money. Okay. I think what it's time to do is say, if you don't like his talking points, what else do you have? Because it's not working. It's not working. Where was all this pushback back in the 90s? The market is not working. Women now control the market. They control the politics. They control a very small fraction of the economy. But the problem is, if everything women was doing was right, the average African-American male today would know how to read above a third grade reading level. That's not happening. If the market, if women was doing it right, we wouldn't have all this stuff going on right now. So we blaming Kevin Samuels for what my generation, I was there. I walked during that 1995 march. What Kevin Samuels was saying now is what we were saying back in 1995. Explain to me why in 1997 women said the hell with black men and went their own way. This is historical facts.
What? Okay, I'm
Right.
sorry. First of all,
I remember you from being on Anton Daniels' platform,
right.
right?
What were we
Okay.
talking about? Marriage, right? So what that have to do with what we're talking about now?
Right. And so
In fact, I don't even know what we're talking about now because you keep changing it up on me.
No. What I'm saying to you is you made this about Kevin Samuels, right?
I made this about Kevin Samuels
Because you kept saying Obsidian was given false information, right?
Obsidian,
And then
yes.
and I said, okay, we're talking about several things. You went from Obsidian, then you went to Kevin Samuels, then you went back to Obsidian. And I said, okay, we all over the place. So I'm fixing and trying to get the order.
And we also had a
But wait a minute. What I was talking about was Obsidian and what he said. And then he mentioned Kevin Samuels. I'm not talking about Kevin Samuels. He has nothing for me to talk about because, like I said, the only thing I said is that I disagree with his talking points. And that was it.
Well, first of all, Brown Terry, I never said I never mentioned you at all with regard to black men. I just said I noticed I made an observation about how older black men were perceived in the black community at large. And I noted that it seemed to emanate from older black women, some younger black women, and a not insignificant number of younger black men. I didn't mention your name at all in any of that.
Remember, I was in the chat. That's the only reason I came up because you mentioned me.
Yeah, I didn't say that you hated black men. I never said that.
Okay. Anyway, back to
but that's central.
Let me get back on Stu and what he don't understand.
But you call me a liar though.
You are. I didn't call you a liar. I said that you do what you do best. You put in that string of truth in amongst a lot of lies.
All right, so what lies did I make? What lies did I make?
There's a lot. Listen, there have been many lies that I have.
All right, so give me a couple.
Shared through the years. Obsidian.
Give me a couple.
Like we don't know each other.
All through the years. Give me a couple of lies through the years.
The foodie thing. Remember the big foodie thing? The half truths that y'all tell.
What about the foodie thing?
Without sharing complete truths. And this is
what about the foodie thing was a lie?
Right. And tell me something today, Bomb Cherry, that was a lie. I want to deal with today. Because I don't want to be trying to do some 2-3 year research. What I would like you to do is just for today, tell me something he said, and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let him defend himself. Tell me something today he said that was a lie.
Well, something you even disagree. It's not about being an actual lie, just a lie for everyone, but it's about having different opinions, right? So even earlier, see, this is the thing that I think some of you who are new to YouTube and the Black Manosphere may not understand. There are the Obsidians, right? And then there are other black men, older black men.
Stop right there. I don't want to talk about other black men. I don't have other black men on my
I'm talking about you.
I only have Obsidian. And the question is, I'm gonna go back again. Tell me what he lied about. Not what and being that you said I had a contention with him, tell me what the contention was, because I want it in its proper context. Okay. So tell me what that was.
Okay, so we're going to go back to, because it seems like you acting a little confused too. I was saying something in the chat, remember? And I said Obsidian is doing what he's good at, mixing in lies and truth. That is what I said. I said he's good at that. That's what he's doing. Right? That's what he's done in the past. That's what he does a lot of. Okay? So now you're asking me to come up here and say what he lied about today in particular, because even when I mentioned the foodie thing, he says yeah, you says no, don't go that far back. So I'm basically saying this, and even you disagreed with him from your perspective. The fact that young women aren't blaming black men for a lot of things. It's the other way around. Just like you mentioned, you don't get a lot of pushback from women coming over. You said this yourself.
Now put it in its proper context. I said we was talking about age, and we was talking about who is doing the blaming of the generation of age. And I said, as a content creator, I get more pushback from men being a content creator than I get from women being a content creator. That's where the context of that.
Okay. And I see that too.
And what brought that part on was he said, I have not really done a real research on it. And what I said to him was, in the last 3 weeks, this is what happened. I said, this is what happened when you and I was on a platform together. This is what happened with the Bernard Raleigh incident. And this is what I'm getting. So this is, I don't understand where this is going. But my question is, again, what has he lied about? Bring that to the table.
Well, first of all, I'm agreeing with you, right? Okay. And he then says, well, that's not what he's seen. He hasn't done the research. Obsidian was here before I was here. Okay, this thing that's in the manosphere is not everywhere in our society, thank God. It just seems to be here on YouTube, and as Kevin gets larger, I guess the message gets louder. Okay, but basically, a lot of things that he says, and even at some point you disagree with him, and then you start agreeing with him. That is what the manosphere is. It's a chamber, an echo chamber, where you either gonna follow the way they want you to follow, or you're gonna end up being considered the simp. You're gonna be considered this, you're gonna be considered that. That's what's happening with the black men. And that's why the black men, you have an issue. The younger men want to hear from black men, but then they got a certain group of black men who they don't trust. And they don't trust them because of the information.
Okay, so when have I ever called other black men simps? Other than Derek Jackson?
Well, you called him a simp. I'm not talking about you. I said the black manosphere. And you are here, and you are one of those people who advocate for the black manosphere. In fact, they're talking about you, and you keep mentioning the black manosphere. You're the one who keep mentioning black manosphere and Kevin Samuels. Black manosphere, Kevin Samuels. As a person, I'm sitting on a level when I listen to you doing your thing. I agree with a lot of things you say. But when you start talking that manosphere, even the manosphere, the younger men are disagreeing with you.
Oh, what point specifically?
They disagree with you on a lot of things when it comes.
Okay, so you should be able to cite
money. Okay, dealing with women when it comes to money.
What about it?
That's a main one that they disagree.
Well, I'm 100%, man. I believe in black men paying 100% for everything, so they disagree with me on that.
Yes, they disagree with you on that.
Okay. Bomb Cherry. I'm a married man, and my woman don't pay for a damn thing in my house.
Okay, and they disagree with you.
I have a question for you. Are you aware that in all actuality, my platform is defined as a manosphere platform?
I do know that.
Now, my question to you would be, because I like equality. Have you also had this same contention with Cynthia G?
What you mean contention? Disagreement? What you mean contention? You think I'm up here giving you this?
No.
So okay, that's where I'm at. What do you mean by that?
I'm asking, and I'm gonna tell you. What you mean? One thing that KS never did and never said, Obsidian never did, never said. I can't find one man in the manosphere that's ever said it. I've never seen them talk about our women need to self-delete children that's of the opposite sex. I haven't seen none of you women go up against that statement yet, and it's still on her platform.
Well, apparently you haven't been looking, because there are women who've given pushback to that. And also you haven't been looking because these men, right,
you push back on it?
Things like that.
But have you pushed back on it?
She did.
Have you pushed back on it?
Yes, and you know I have.
No, I don't. I don't know.
Okay, well, you already. First of all, I listen. I go against what the things that I see is wrong, and when I say against, I just put out what I feel on my platform.
Yeah.
So yes, and back to this thing where you call contention. So if I think there's
You said that the young guys disagree with my 100% stance. They're 50-50 men. I'm 100%. They're 50-50 men. I'm 100% men. I guess it's fair to say that brother Sam Talbert and Uncle Stu is already going on the record. So brother Sam Talbert, where are you at on this? I believe that men need to pay 100% for everything with regard to women. What's your position on that?
I've known my wife since I was 17 years old. I paid for every date. When we got married, I've paid the rent. She has not given me one dime towards rent. I have not asked for one dime towards rent. Up until we are now approaching 45 years of marriage. I told her when she was working, your money is your money. It is my job to take care of the household. That is how I was trained as a young man from my mother and my father. That is a man's place. And I still stand in that place.
So this is unanimous. All three brothers here, we all agree we are all 100% men. So the younger brothers disagree with this. They're 50-50 men. We're 100% men. We'll let the ladies decide which one they want to deal with.
Okay, so I'm right. So I'm right though, right? Because right now I'm not sure what the world going on. So am I right that they disagree with you?
My question.
Okay, I agree with you.
Let's pretend for sake of argument. Let me, because I'm an intellectual. Let's pretend, Bomb Cherry, for sake of argument. Let's say you right. Give me something that give me some results that the black women has came up with to fix the problem. But before we go there, Obsidian, remember I told you about a young man that was able to glean from Kevin Samuels and end up having him. He's now in the chat. That's before the billion. So I hope he comes up and at least, says hello to you.
Yeah.
He has an awesome testimony that I would love for you to hear.
Okay.
But Mom Cherry, my question would be, is what's the replacement? Because if I tell you, Bon Cherry, which no woman has yet been able to explain to me, let's take Kevin Samuels off the table. Let's take Obsidian off the table. Why is it that there's no place for a black man to go that's been the victim of domestic violence? And every time he raises that one concern, there is nothing for him to have. There's no homeless shelters for him to go to. There's no domestic violence places for him to go to. There is no political will to have it done. I haven't heard any women talk about we're gonna fight for equal custody of children. I haven't heard any woman fighting for equal family protection in the family court system, nor have I heard any woman fight for the equality, because this is what we're supposed to be fighting for, equality that if a woman accuses me of something and I can prove her wrong, that she could be prosecuted in a court of law. I haven't heard this energy yet against these things. Forget Kevin Samuels for a moment. Forget Obsidian. You're talking to Uncle Stu that been there, done that, and you ain't never heard me cuss any woman out. I'm asking, where is this energy for that? And I'm going to dismiss something else you said. You said the only conversations is on YouTube. I'm going to dismiss that because guess what? I take arguments off of YouTube and I put in an actual living example. And I'm sorry, these arguments, with the exception of maybe one argument I've ever heard, is out here on the street. Black men are not communicating as they once used to out here. Black men are out here in, quote, red pill rage. Black men are out here trying to date out. Black men are dating out and marrying out because of exactly what's going on right now. That's why on my platform, I try to have intellectual discourse, which means we gotta first admit there's a problem. The thing that I get upset with is everybody puts the problem, either they'll blame Kevin Samuels or they'll say the manosphere. And then when I even tell women, well, I don't know who you talking about, but what is Uncle Stu saying? Y'all dance all around Uncle Stu and go to, oh, so you either go to Kevin Samuels on me, or y'all go to, well, this is the first time I ever heard anybody blaming Obsidian for anything, but y'all either go to Kevin Samuels on me, or you go to some 20-year-old who got a cell phone and never dated and talking stuff. I'm asking you because I'm a 54-year-old grown man. Do I need to get the woman in my life so that you know I got a black woman? And that way black women can see that Uncle Stu got a black woman doing what he's supposed to do, and this black woman don't pay no bills, and that I am out here getting ready to educate black men on how to be an Uncle Stu, Sam Tober, and Obsidian. And I hold men accountable, but hell, how much can I hold men accountable if I got women screaming at them, yelling at them, cussing them out, belittling them? Sorry, I've been all around all these platforms, and yet I can't have an intellectual discourse because you're upset with Obsidian, you're upset with Kevin Samuels, and I'm the one trying to have the intellectual conversation.
Okay. So the reason you can't, it seems like the reason you can't have a real conversation is because, number one, you're all over the place. Number one, I didn't come up here upset at anyone. I could have sworn I was as pleasant as I can be, but it seems like like when you men have some power, you want to make up stories. You still didn't even ask me, did I agree with the men paying for everything? When I mentioned that, I was saying that the manosphere, the young men disagree with him. I didn't say I disagree with him. Did you even hear when I say, well, when I'm talking
Did you
about
agree or disagree with the young guys, or do you agree or disagree with Obsidian, Sam
I
Tober?
agree with Obsidian on that point. But what I was saying was that they disagree with you, Obsidian. I've already said, you know that I like you. What are you talking about?
Oh, you really like? Okay, so what else? What else do these young guys disagree with me about? What else?
Well, there's a lot of things, but mainly the one about the paying for women to have sex with them. That's another one, right?
What about having sex with them? What about having sex
I'm
with them?
talking about paying them to have sex.
Well, who's paying anybody to have sex with anybody?
You have said you pay.
I did.
Okay.
When have I said I pay to have sex with women? When did I say that?
Bernard Riley, your show, Uncle Stu is new to YouTube. You know how I know? Because if he wasn't new to YouTube, he would have known before there was a Kevin Samuels, there was the Obsidian.
He knew that I was paying women to have sex.
Yes, dude, are you denying this at this point?
I am denying it. I never said that I pay women to have sex.
Obsidian was the biggest hit between him and a couple of other men. They were the large men here on YouTube.
I never said that I paid women to have sex.
Are you not denying what I'm saying right now?
I'm categorically denied it.
Okay, so you are saying that you haven't told these young men, yes, you have sex with the women, even if you have to pay to get the right woman. You only want the woman that you want, and if you have to pay, you're okay with that. Them men
I never said that.
Outrageous. Okay, well, listen.
I never made that statement.
Hold on, Obsidian. Hold on, Obsidian. Let me ask you a question, Bomb Cherry, because I know the argument in what you're stating, right? So are you saying that men shouldn't have to pay for at least a dinner, so we should just be able to get it for free?
He wasn't talking about dinner.
Because I know the arguments. You said I wasn't on long enough. No, I may have not had a platform, but I've been observing and quote unquote educating. My question is, do you feel a man should just be able to say, "Hey, Bomb Cherry, I like the way you look. Come on, let's go to my house. Let me smash."
I mean, if I'm feeling him and he feeling me, that happens a lot with certain type of men who can do that.
Every man.
Every man what?
Every man should be able to get free sex. Don't have a place to stay, free sex. No dinner, no nothing. Just I should be able to walk up to any woman and just say, "Hey, baby, I'm smashing. Let's go."
Okay. So that's the game we're gonna play. I thought we was too old to play this game you about to play right now. I
No,
just gave you my
I'm-
answer. Now you
because
saying
the
every
context,
day.
because the real context of that pay for play is not.
Oh, so you heard the pay for play, right?
No, don't twist up my words. The concept, the whole concept behind the argument, the deep level of that argument is you got men who say, "Man, I don't even want to take a woman out to dinner. I just want to do this." The argument is no, men go on these things. Real men pay for dates. They pay for these things without worrying about, "Oh, I took you out to dinner and I didn't get none tonight." We're trying to mature people up. If I take you out on a dinner, I can't be having these crazy expectations of thinking I'm gonna get some. What I think it was based on.
Did you read chapter hold on a second here. Let me pull up the chapter here. Since this is talking about my book. Did you read chapter 24? No, chapter 24 and chapter 25. Chapter 25 is sex on the menu. Sex is on the menu, so make an itinerary. See, I make it very clear why I'm going out on a date. I make it very clear to any lady that I'm with why I'm taking her out and what is going to happen on the date, and if she's amenable to that. And she knows that within about roughly a business week before we go out, about 5 to 8 business days, she has a chance to opt in or not. And she knows exactly what it is that I want to do for that evening's events, of which her being bent over my couch is part of it.
Are you talking about the chapter, All the Crazy Ladies?
Right after that, the chapter number 25. I make it clear, very clear right there in the chapter, exactly why it is I'm taking her out.
Sex is on the menu, so make an integrity. Neo, Matrix Reloaded.
Yeah.
Now, do you want me to start with the first paragraph?
Sure.
Back in January 2018, funny man Al-Z fell victim to the Me Too streamroller, having been accused of sexual misconduct by an anonymous woman. Because there was no independently verifiable evidence either way, it became a classic he said, she said scenario. And in the current time in which we live, what the women will say will likely be believed in the so-called court of public opinion. And Safari, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, and Sarari suffered tremendous reputation damages as a result of the incident, which dogs him to this day. Just think of what would have happened had he slowed his roll a bit and emailed Grace an itinerary of the evening events, which included sex, and gave her a chance to opt in or out via that same email. And I translate that as, if I'm going to take you out, I'm going to tell you what my expectations is. This goes right back to something that Sam Tolbert said less than 4 or 5 days ago. Lead with the truth. Don't lead with a lie. Is that not correct, Mr. Sam Tolbert? Lead with the truth. If I'm going to take you out, I'm taking you out, and I'm telling you up front, this is what I'm taking you out for, with that expectation.
Wow, baby.
So we could take all that. We could take all the. I don't know if Mr. Tolbert is familiar with the situation I wrote about with Aziz and Sorry incident, but in any event, we could take all these, confusions and problems. And all. Listen, this is why I'm taking you out. You get an email from me. I teach my guys in my academy, the Obsidian Academy. Look, in my dojo, we send the ladies exactly what we're going to do, a whole itinerary of what we're going to be doing that evening. If she agrees, she signifies in the email that she agrees. If she don't even have to respond. Within 72 hours of the day, if we don't hear back from her, we'll just assume she's not interested and move on. Can't get any fairer than that.
Yes, I remember in 2018, Obsidian, when we was having that big discussion about your itinerary for months here on YouTube. Remember? Yeah, I remember.
Sure do.
And it was funny back then as it is now. Now, as far as being upfront with it, then yeah, okay. But a murderer could be upfront about murdering you too. Does that mean it's right? You send me an email and say,
Wow.
hey,
Okay,
that's right.
hold up. Don't try to bust my stream by using
Wow.
certain terminology. Stop. That I'm
What?
gonna shut down. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna hold you up, Bomb Cherry, because I mentioned this man's name earlier, and I'm gonna get to him because I don't know how much time he has. So I'm gonna hold you up and I'll get back to you in a minute.
Okay. How you doing before the billions? How you doing, my brother?
Doing well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
All right. Obsidian. This was before the billions is the gentleman that I told you about. He is the gentleman I told you about today. And when I talk about the Kevin Samuels influence.
Yeah, we met down in Atlanta last month. Hey, what's going on, man?
Hey, no, I wasn't actually at the Manosphere meetup, but you were actually the first person I've actually been on this panel. I was talking about Kevin Samuels. Is like, was it last year?
Okay.
Yeah. So you had up there.
I could have sworn we met down
SKX.
in Atlanta last month.
No, I didn't. I didn't get a chance to go. I had some family issues going on, so I couldn't
okay.
get a chance to go.
Yeah.
Before the billions, inside joke. Tell them we don't all look alike.
We don't all look alike.
But yeah,
so
go ahead before the billions.
Oh yeah. So I wanted to say thank you so much, Uncle Stu, for having me up on the panel.
Yes,
I know
sir.
you guys are reviewing Obsidian's book, and I know that Shannon Rawls is also going over Obsidian's book as well. So I definitely had to go and order my copy. Obsidian, are you still sold out, or do you have some more copies open?
Yeah, I've always got copies, man. So if you want a copy, just hit me up.
Yeah. What is your email or
The obsidianfiles@gmail.com. You can send me $35 or more to my Cash App, $ Obsidian Radio, or to my PayPal, www.paypal.me/Obsidian Talk Radio, and don't forget to send your name and mailing address.
It sounds good.
And for anybody else, because I also put it in the description, it'll definitely be in the description how to get his book. And everything that he just said now is also going to be in the description, at the end of this live stream. So you'll be able to order it. And I'll probably skip a whole lot of chapters, and we're gonna go check out chapter 25. So hopefully I can get something up by next week, and we'll go over chapter 25.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to be teaching in my course. I'm putting together a course based on the Book of Obsidian. And that's one of the things I'm going to be teaching is so we really do need to move the needle on this whole dating and mating piece. Yes. And being the businessman that I am, I do I speak in the lingua franca of business. And so that's how we do it. We send the ladies an itinerary of the full events of the evening and how the evening is to end. And if they're amenable to it, they signify by saying I via email, which is admissible in the court of law. And if they don't, they either say I'm not interested or they don't respond at all. We don't hear back from them, to 72 to 48 hours before the date. We just assume they're not interested and move on.
Gotcha.
So you're saying that's upheld by the court of law, that email. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, email correspondence is admissible in the court of law.
Yeah, but not in this case. Not in the case where we face to face and you expected it to go down and I changed my mind and say no. Are you saying your email?
Well, if the argument is that, as I said in the chapter itself, and I don't know if you've read it, but in the chapter itself, I was addressing the Aziz Ansari incident where the charge was made by an anonymous woman. We eventually found out who she was, that he had sexually assaulted her. And my opinion is, had he done what I did, that could have been adjudicated in the court of law, where it can clearly have been seen that her intentions was indeed to have sex with the man, and she changed her mind and tried to, put a case on him, and then we can fight it out in court.
She can change her mind. You against a woman changing her mind?
Sure, you can change your mind about not paying rent this month. Go ahead.
I can change my mind and not.
You can go ahead and not pay your car note this month. You can change your mind. Go ahead.
Okay, well, if you think those things equate, so you're gonna teach the young men to get an email and that she cannot change her mind. So now no
I
one
didn't say
means
that.
yes because of the email.
You can change your mind. Listen, if you don't want to pay your car note this month, you can change your mind. Say, you know what? I don't want to pay my car note this month. Go right ahead.
What they have to do with what we're talking about right now?
You made an agreement to pay your car note every month.
Yeah, but what they have to do with what we're talking about right now?
Because an agreement is an agreement, is it not?
No.
Agreement is not an agreement.
Yes.
Agreement is not an agreement.
An agreement is an agreement. So you're saying that she cannot, you're going to teach the young men that she cannot change her mind.
No, I didn't say that. You said that.
No, well, you won't answer.
I said you're free. I said you're free to go ahead and say that you don't want to pay your car note this month. Go right ahead. There will be consequences for it, though.
Let me ask
There'll be consequences for it, though.
Let me ask you a question, Bomb Cherry, because from an intellectual standpoint, this seems to be going nowhere, and I am one that wants to push the ball forward. The objective of this panel was based on his book, and it's based on what he wrote in the book. It's based on his research from the book, and my conversation has to be dealt with from the standpoint of what I already talked about earlier in this live on the book. And I think if we don't have the book, then we can't reference nothing, because now we're just speaking ad hominems. And so my argument would be, and my grace would be, I already said that I'm going to go to chapter 25. I'm skipping over all these other chapters to go to chapter 25, which means I'm going to spend time reading chapter 25, putting together the video for chapter 25, and then I'm going to produce chapter 25. Yes, I will let Obsidian know what day and time I'm going to have it. And if he is free, he will probably do the same thing like he did today, which is to come and sit on the panel. Then we can have an intellectual discourse on chapter 25. Okay? Right now, I'm dealing with the first part of the book. And so that's where I have to get everybody at. Now, I'm going to say this, and I'll say it in front of Obsidian. If you don't like Obsidian's book, if you don't like his message, don't subscribe to him or listen to him. If you don't like Kevin Samuels, you don't like his talking points, don't subscribe, don't listen to him. And if Kevin Samuels is listening, I think he'll 100% agree. And I'm saying it right in front of Obsidian. If you don't like it, why subscribe and then argue about it? Just don't subscribe. Because if it don't affect you as an individual, why in the world are we talking about it?
I thought we was having a discussion, but I'm wondering why you only speaking to me. Because I didn't bring up,
because none of the other men on the panel was arguing.
I'm not arguing either.
Okay, none of the other panel is having a conversation outside of the chapter of the very book we started off with.
I didn't bring up the chapter in the book.
But that's what this whole panel was based on, the chapter in the book. I'm bringing it back to the very beginning.
Okay, you can bring it back, but don't act like I'm the one that took it to this chapter 25. I have no idea what chapter you're talking about. I didn't bring up the chapter. So why are you bringing it to me like I am the one?
Did you not say, because I can play back the video, what you said was Obsidian pays for sexual favors?
I didn't say he pays for nothing. I didn't say that. But I said that y'all asked me questions. I gave you the answers. It starts leading this place, and now you're making it seem like I brought us here. What is going on?
Oh God. Oh, all right. Well, we're getting a lot
Like
of
one woman confuses a whole group. Well, no, let me back up.
well, women bring confusion.
One woman confuses two men.
Well, one woman.
Oh,
All it
wow.
takes is one woman to bring chaos. There's a lot of
Yeah,
people
I
that
know
are
it
asking
seems.
questions. Friendsgiving says your car note and your body are not the same thing. Actually, that's not true. Our society is predicated on the primacy of both your bodily autonomy and your personal property. So that would not be true.
You see that
Not
God is
love
the
says,
truth, ladies and gentlemen.
not love says, Obsidian, are you saying that you are agreeing to sex via email? Yes. Work Your Land says, dude, you're talking fast like a car salesman. When Barb Cherry's around, you got to talk fast, man.
It's my fault. You talk like a salesman.
Who else?
And it's funny to you, Uncle Stu. Is that what we're doing?
Let me see who else is here. That had something to say. A lot of people had a lot to say about this. Let me go through. Enya Kania says, sounds like Obsidian Talk Radio is acknowledging his point of view and simply not apologizing if it differs from anyone else's. Don't see why I need to. Let 1,000 flowers bloom.
No.
Let me see. Who else had something to say about my itinerary idea?
That's why I like you, Obsidian.
Probably so. Probably so.
I do. I like you because you do. You stick to what you say. You stick to it
unapologetically.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, that's very good. Thank you. Let me see. Who else had something to say about Vaughn had something to say about it. Let me see. So what do you say about a woman who agrees to that? I say hallelujah. That's what Vaughn had. Hit the jackpot. what do I call? You know, it was funny. I was at a Ace Metaphor event, and the question, just back in October last year, and the question was put on the floor during this event. Do men think badly or think poorly of women who put out on the first date? And I said, absolutely not. As far as I'm concerned, they're angel of mercy. They're doing the Lord's work.
But see, I think Obsidian, here's where I think it gets mingled. And I think that's where it becomes, you know, when I say no one's willing to have intellectual discourse. And this is why I say this. One, I think everybody thinks that black men are monolithic. And if you say something, you're speaking for the monolithic of black men. Or if Sam Tolbert says something, he's talking to the monolithic of black men. And I think that it hurts because it's a disingenuous argument. We are not monolithic. And I think that they'll hear you and they'll say, okay, this is the way all these men, and I'm sitting up here saying, I got a woman that's overhearing this entire conversation, sees how I operate. Sam Tolbert talks about a whole way of how he lives. And he is a baby boomer. When I got a baby boomer that tells me that if he was divorced right now, he would not date women today, I think we all need to sit down and be quiet and listen. I am humbly listening to the entire conversation and I'm going, okay, where are we going? And I gave a solution. I gave a solution. Are you aware that Before the Billions is a man that has a beautiful relationship? This is a college educated man, got his own platform. He works and owns his own business. Yet we never praise the black man who is doing such great and marvelous work, nor do we ever ask him, well, what do you think? How do you feel? This is a man that believes in Jesus. This is a man that's strong in his Christian faith. This is a man that wants to do the right thing and wants to get married.
That's a good question. Beyond the Billions, what do you think of my idea about sex is on the menu, making an itinerary? What are your thoughts about that, good sir?
Well, I do like the fact that you bring it up ahead of time. I mean, I think that that's extremely important. I do believe that if you come up with a plan, that's something that that a woman would like. Like, okay, you know, not only is he letting me know ahead of time, but also he's coming up with a plan. He knows everything he wants to do. Shows that he's direct. And of course, you know, to answer, well, I know Bonche didn't ask me, but yeah, she can most definitely change her mind, right?
Yeah,
That
you know,
is
there seems to be a notion among some in the audience that under my rubric, a woman cannot change her mind. That's not true. She can change her mind. You know, like I
yeah.
said, you can change your mind about not paying your rent this month. You can change your mind about not paying the car note this month. You just have to deal with repercussions from it, but you can do it. What am I saying? There are repercussions from changing your mind. What repercussions would be? Well, I call it the let me get my echo box. The dinner whore registry. I'll make you famous.
And Miss
Masculine
Global
energy.
Girl, I'm gonna address this one myself. Yes, women are not monolithic. You are 100% correct. And so it would be disingenuous for me to hear one woman in the, I think they call it the T sector, and say all of you women is like this. All of y'all is not like that. I don't believe that all black women is the worst thing in America. I never said that. I don't say that black women is evil. I don't say that. If I talk about a black incident, I make it specific to whatever one woman did me wrong. So here's where I kind of get upset is because what did Uncle Stu say? That's what Uncle Stu's opinion is. What Obsidian says, what Sam Tolbert says, you have to take us as individuals. Not only that, but you got to ask the genuine question. That's for people that's going to follow. If you're going to be the man that's going to go out here and do whatever you're doing, he already preferenced. The Me Too movement made it very dangerous for even a black man to breathe in America. We never want to deal with that. And so I think sometimes we need the preference with why are they reacting the way they're acting? We never want to deal with the reaction instead of dealing with the action. Mr. Tolbert ain't never had to live like this. I ain't never worried about this stuff. But guess what? I'm scared to death for somebody like Before the Billions, because if one woman just decides to say something about him, he can lose his whole career. And guess what? It can be a lie from the pit of hell, and there ain't nothing he can do about it. He can't prosecute the woman that told the lie. But when I bring that issue up, everybody get quiet like a Catholic church mouse. We're sometimes not having honest arguments. There is Obsidian. This woman is a beautiful black British woman, knows about you very deep in the manosphere. No one can say they were deceived, meaning no one can just sit there and tell a lie. We got to admit that, ladies, this stuff is happening. And I think when we deny what's happening, we deny moving forward. Obsidian, I give this argument all the time. And being I got Bomb Cherry up here, I'm going to give her the argument. There's been a lot of arguments around me about black men dating out, whether they're going to Brazil or whatever, or and all that other stuff. And I say to black women, well, why they don't have the freedom to date out? And then I show them the hypocrisy of the dating out. I said, you sit there and say that, and this is even to the ADOS people, because this is my challenge to them too, which is, how is it you can vote for a black woman who is married to a white man? Y'all don't say nothing. She's your pro-black sister. But could Barack Obama have had a white, blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman and been the president of the United States? No one has been able to generously say, you're right, Uncle Stu. That's hypocrisy. If a black man date out, we don't even want him in the black community no more. But if a black woman date out, she's still pro-sister. We got a famous black tennis player that married a white man. She is still our pro-black sister. But get a famous black man to do it, he is crucified and he's no longer welcome in the black community. Isn't that hypocrisy?
But that's not true, though. You've been telling a lot of untruths up here for quite a while.
Now
Mentioning all the way back from black men not having Like if they homeless, don't have where to go. If they abuse, they don't have nowhere to go. That's not
I
true.
didn't say nothing about homeless and abuse.
You did. You asked me
I
about that
said,
earlier. You didn't give me a chance
okay,
to answer.
so what you're telling me is, before the billions, what's the name of that actor that plays in that played with Will Smith?
Yeah, you got to be a little bit more specific.
No,
The actor that played in, when I say Will Smith, his show.
You talking about Carlton? You talking about Alfonso
Yeah, the one who
Ribeiro?
played Carlton.
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Alfonso Ribeiro. He's a black man.
What
He got a
about
white woman. Nobody wants him in the black community.
That's
Quote,
not
unquote.
true. But what about all the other sports players, basketball players, all these?
Look how they get roasted by my sisters all on YouTube.
On YouTube? What?
Wow,
You must be talking about a couple of women. You're acting like that's the community as a whole. Okay? Interracial dating been going on since for a very long time.
From the community.
Mr. Tolbert, can I interject you into this conversation? You're older than everybody on this platform. If I came up with a disingenuous argument, I humbly will succeed the argument. Can you help me with the argument? Because he brought up, Obsidian brought up a nice little argument, which was in the first chapter of this book, Lovett versus the state of Virginia. That was made into a movie.
I'll have to claim that I did not hear the first part of that argument. I've actually served as an actual grand juror and a juror, so I know about bringing arguments to and fro to be able to come to an actual consensus. So kind of give me a quick 30-second summary of what happened and what was the result.
The argument is if African American men date out, they are basically almost, you could say, excommunicated out of the African American community. But if a black woman date out, she is still part of the black community.
Okay, that lends to that thought that I had, that a man's opinion to a black woman really doesn't mean anything unless they agree with her. When we start to lay the groundwork of, well, if there are natural attraction, then why would you not get that? How come I don't get that same attraction from you, black man? And then when you start to list all the things as to why that attraction is not there, then the man is labeled as, oh, you're slow, you can't handle. And again, all of the talking points that have been heard on other platforms, which I did not really know about until I began to investigate all these different platforms. Yet it never really boils down to, do those two people like each other? Number one, you have to have a visual attraction first before anything else can happen. You find out about the person after the visual attraction is done. In our case, though, and again, because I've only dated one woman, and that's the one I'm married to right now, I don't have any history of saying I've experienced that. And I guess I'm the anomaly. I believed back in my day, back in 1973, when I started dating as a teenager, one woman, one man.
Miller cotton fabric.
I just wanted your viewpoints. That's all.
So, yeah, they've always been black men dating out, even farther back than the 60s. Okay. And it's the new thing is black women doing it. That's what's new.
Oh, no. I dismissed that real early. Early in you said you in my age. Sorry, 1990s. Black women was jumping ship. Sorry, they was jumping ship.
I didn't say that it was brand new. I'm talking about black men have always done it.
And guess what? They got hung on trees for it. They got hung on trees for it. Look at it. Let a black man murder a white woman in the night. They got hung on. A 14-year-old got murdered for it. Did you not forget Emmett Till?
He got murdered for what?
Did you not forget
Emmett Till? He got murdered for what? Because he wasn't. Are you saying? See, this is when they get disrespectful.
No. Do you remember Emmett Till?
I do know Emmett Till, but I know that he wasn't a white woman though.
Do you know why he was? I
know why they killed him. Yes, I do, but it has nothing to do with our topic. It's disrespectful to throw that in there. He was accused at looking at a white woman. That's not the same.
A white woman back then. If this 14-year-old just looked at a white woman and was murdered, and now you're gonna sit here and tell me a grown-ass man could date a white woman and not get murdered? Oh my God.
Yes, it was happening. Yes, it was happening. What? Oh my God! You're talking about something that happened in the South.
I want to thank
white
you,
people wasn't murdering black people.
I want to.
Now we're just being disingenuous, or you just being.
You know what you just made me. You just made me, without me wanting to try to be that. You just made me a genuine member of the manosphere, because you gotta believe somebody is gonna clip this, and this is gonna fly all over YouTube. Thank you very much. I finally got my. What did y'all? What's that thing that Kevin Samuels was in? World Star. Boy, I wouldn't be surprised if my boy O'Shea Duke Jackson is gonna clip that one.
Really?
Wow.
And you think it looks good on you, or you think it'd be laughed at because it was ridiculous? Is that what you're looking for? Because if you're looking for to be clipped, baby, I'm the right one to make it happen for you. Is that what you're looking for right now? I don't think you want it. I thought we was having a real conversation. I didn't know, but even when I come up, I'm nice. I'm having a conversation. It seems like it's like you want to point the finger at me, but it's actually you are being ridiculous.
I'm not pointing the finger at you.
You have been doing that the whole entire time.
Of an argument that you are giving.
I'm giving facts.
How in the world you gonna give it? So you're telling me a 14-year-old can look at a white woman and be murdered, but a black man can all of a sudden have a white woman and be free back in the 50s? Are you honestly being sincere right now?
Oh my God.
Is that your argument?
I'm asking you, are you serious right now? Because maybe I'm misreading you. Maybe you just joking, and I'm cool with that. Are you saying in the 50s there were no black men dating out? All I have to do is look at my family. I don't even have to go far. Like I can literally just call up.
So you're saying that they had no problems in society at that time?
Oh, now there's no problems in society. Because we all have problems in society, every single one of us, every day, for all types of reasons.
Everybody has problems.
That's that thread that I say, that thread of truth.
It doesn't matter if you're a black man married to a white woman or a non-black woman. Everybody has problems in society.
Okay, but that's right, everybody.
And Nay Love, let me help you with that. Jack Johnson, how did he pass away? How did he pass away? They roasted Jack Johnson for that because he was an arrogant man who had that woman. And guess what?
You do know how they got how the Mann Act came about, right? Bomb Cherry.
What?
You do know how the Mann Act, MANN, the Mann Act. You know how the Mann Act came about, right? Circa 1921.
You could tell me about it. I don't know.
Of course you don't know about it. The Mann Act came about as a result of Jack Johnson.
Uh-huh.
And the white slavery scourge. It was the sex trafficking of the era. The Mann Act says that you cannot transport minors or young women across state lines for immoral purposes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what they used against Jack Johnson to run him out of the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about? But thanks for the information, though.
Oh wow, Mom Cherry, are you really trying to make me famous? Don't make me famous. I really want to earn. I really want to earn. I really want to earn my subscribers. Right now, you're about.
Listen, we're having a conversation. You ask a question. I said, look, I can just go back in my family and prove it. Then y'all swipe that all together. Y'all decide, okay, maybe she's telling the truth. Maybe some people in the comments are even telling you that you're wrong. Then y'all switch up the whole conversation. And then when I ask what that got to do with what we talking about, you make it seem like I'm doing something wrong. Are you really talking about having an intellectual conversation, or you just want to just be right?
Oh wow!
What about Barack Obama's parents?
What about them?
Well, so are you telling me that they had a blissful marriage?
What are you talking about? A blissful marriage? Wow! Do you not remember where we started at? Y'all was claiming that it didn't happen. There was no. There just weren't black men with white women. Now you're proving me right.
There were black men with white women. Nobody said.
Okay, so why are we all?
But we were saying that they were having a hell of a time. We were saying that they were having a hell of a time.
Okay, and black women
Black American society did not accept them. Matter of fact, Black American society was even worse than white American society. Quiet as kept. If you don't believe that, go watch Ken Burns. What's the name of the Jack Johnson documentary? Ken Burns. Something Blackness. I can't remember the something Blackness. The Jack Johnson story. It's right here on YouTube. You can watch it. They talked about it. They said that Jack Johnson should have remained a celibate if he couldn't find a black woman to marry. That's what Black Americans were saying back then.
Yes, they were saying that. I know that. I never said. I never
put his so and so up and just went on about his life if he couldn't find a black woman to marry.
I'm not disputing any of it.
Bomb Cherry.
Here we go, y'all. Here goes my fault. Here we go. Go with it. Tell me how it's my fault. I said I'm not disputing.
Bomb Cherry. What I'm gonna do, because this conversation is going absolutely nowhere. And
it's my fault.
Bomb Cherry. I even have people I have to answer to. And so right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For coming up here, or at least having the conversation. You did better than a lot of women, meaning, other women could have easily come up here and had the conversation. And what I'm saying to you, I'm going to check Obsidian's schedule because I know another.
You ain't gonna explain nothing to me, babe. Just say, we're gonna say our ways. And is it okay since you want to be famous? Is it okay on my channel that I kind of use a little of this as an educational purposes to kind of show that, man, no matter how old y'all are, you still could be quite childish. Thank you, everybody, for having me. Uncle Steve, I would love to be able to see. I still know who I am.
The name of the documentary is called "Unforgivable Blackness," and it's about the rise and fall of what's his name? The rise and fall of Jack Johnson by Ken Burns. "Unforgivable Blackness." That's the name of the documentary. You can watch it right here on YouTube.
Okay. Woo! All I'm gonna say is I will definitely be hitting you up in the back channel just to see what your schedule and stuff look like.
Oh yeah.
That way it won't conflict with
By the way, have any of you guys here watched the Ken Burns documentary, Unforgivable Blackness, The Rise and Fall of Jack Johnson? Have any of the other gentlemen on the panel read it? I mean, watched it.
It's probably gonna be my tonight's viewing.
Yeah, it's a very good documentary, man. They talk about Jack Johnson. Well, I used to be a boxer myself, so I've always been aficionado of his style of boxing. Talked about that, so it just wasn't about the incident that with the whole white woman thing. Although that they did discuss that at some length, but they did a very well-rounded biography. I guess you could say documentary of Jack Johnson. And I would love to know what Mr. Talbert and Before the Millions. So you have a more older gentleman.
Obsidian, I'm gonna make the joke. He said you better put a B on that. He gonna be a billionaire. Say nothing about name
yeah. I would like to know what they think of of all this. I mean, now before the billion said, the man talking about my itinerary idea. He said the man's up front. You know up front exactly what you're getting right before anything jumped off. You can opt in, you can opt out. What do you think, Mr. Tolbert?
I'm from a different era. Back in my day, we went out to eat. Of course, I paid for it, and if she invited me into her home, then we knew that we were going to enjoy one another's company before anything else.
Yes.
That's why I had so Uncle Stu. If I ever found myself available once again, I would seriously not want to venture out into the type of market right now. Because again, I'm going back to what 45 years ago. Women are that's like two generations from when they were more agreeable, from what I've been able to garner from all these different manosphere sites and listen to the stories. And of course, I have cousins and I have brothers, and I watch what they went through. I mean, when I have a brother that has been through 3 marriages already, and what the courts did to him, again, I always held on to that song, "Cheaper to Keep Her."
There it is, y'all. This is a man who's been married for the better part of a half a century. There it is. There it is. He's no what you call he's no roaming, he's no foaming at the mouth, rolling around on the floor, red pill guy. No. If anything, if you want to slot him in the category, he's more blue pill than red. But you just heard what he said. You just heard what he said. He don't want to be back out on these streets, man. Dealing with these savages. You kidding me? That was the reason why I developed what I did, Mr. Tolbert, because we have to protect ourselves from the savages. Now, I'm not, so that we're clear, I am not saying all black women are savages. I am not saying that. Okay, so we're clear. I'm not saying all black women are savages. What I am saying, well, here's what I can say from the study, and you'll find out when you read the chapter for yourself, Uncle Stu. Studies have been done that shows that about a third of American women are indeed savages. That they go out on dates with men for the express purpose of getting, and this is their words now, a free meal. They have no romantic interest in them whatsoever.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. I'm blue pill too, and when mine tells me it's over, when I say over, meaning shut this certain things down, guess what? That's a black woman that's overhearing the entire conversation.
Yep,
that's a black woman overhearing the entire conversation. So if she want to clip me and call me out my name and my character, so be it. I just hope O'Shea Du Jackson don't get a copy of this, because I see tonight I'll be hearing O'Shea Du Jackson. My name.
Yeah, you know what he's going to do with it. Jumping all the way. So yeah, and when you get a gentleman like Mr. Tolbert, been married to the same lady for nearly a half a century, you hear his testimony. He's like, listen, I'm going back out here. Oh my God, the stuff I've seen. So there you go. Cheaper to keep her. He's going to ride out with what he got until the wheels fall off. There it is. I can't say I blame him either.
And here's the thing. Here, let me being that we're older and I got before the billions. Oh, she said no. Mr. Obsidian.
Yeah.
Brown Eyes is my one and only. So
oh, okay. Gotcha.
She the one who put that no.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
But what here I got before the billions, and the reason I raised him up is because the truth of one of the power of my platform is raising up and supporting young black men doing the right thing. And that's why I raised up before the billions to say, here's a young black man who wants to do the right thing, live the right way, do everything right.
Yeah.
That way, when black women say to me, ain't no good black men, I always raise up before the billions. Yeah. Here you go. Here's that good black man.
Yeah.
Now, he's not on the dating market. He's gone. But he's still an example. Mm-hmm. The struggle I have is, what do I tell this 26-year-old? Because I never want to take say some pain that I had with some relationship or some other issue, you know what I'm saying, and put my pain toxicity on him, it wouldn't be right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it hurts me because, dang, where's the example for him? I want to see him married, successful, having children, and living a good life, because I know that's possible. But when he sees what he's seeing, how do we reverse that mindset? What do we tell him? And that's my struggle now. What do I tell him? Because I wouldn't know how to truly advise him. Oh, nah, man, do this. When the studies and what he's observing is different. And I've always said before the beans, I never want to be a man that puts poison on you. I never want to be a man to take my pain or my issues or whatever the case may be and put it on you, because you have a right to live.
Yeah.
And
Well,
right
I know what I would say. I know exactly what I would say.
Okay.
There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house. There's some hoes in this house.
But you know, like I said, but no, I brought before the billions because, you know, we talked about that Kevin Samuels influence, and when I interviewed him on my platform, he talked about you know, areas where Kevin Samuels, you know, the area, because he goes back to when Kevin Samuels was talking to men, you know, and talk about, you know, you'll see him with the suit, with the tie, you know, he's out there making sure, you know, hey, even on his podcast, he'll tell you he puts on cologne. He got it, you know. So I just want to see him raised up and acknowledged for being the great black man in America that he is, because our black brothers don't get the support, the recognition, and the love and the credit they get. We always concentrating on the 10%, but we never talk about the 90%. So if nothing else, I want the integrity of being able to say, hey, even when Uncle Stu got, okay, we're going to say Obsidian, a big name person on his platform, he's shouting out us young brothers who are doing right. And he is acknowledging the ones that are doing right. And that's why I wanted, you know, before the beans to come up, because I want to show everybody in my panel, anybody in this after film, here's a good young black man. And just to give him the praise and the flowers why he got it.
Right. Yeah. So I'm,
Thank you for that, Uncle Stu.
yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So okay, so this has been a heck of a conversation. I didn't expect to stick around this long, but it's been very interesting.
Yeah.
And I definitely look forward to coming back to discussing chapter 25 and anything else you want to discuss, Uncle Stu. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, Brown Eye's going to fight for you to come back. Originally we had you scheduled for the 10th, but you know, if time permit, I can easily switch that out.
Yeah.
And I got somebody else. Can you do me a favor, No Love? Can you just uncam up for me, and then I can bring you up on the panel? You can be cammed up on the panel, but I got to make sure that you are who you are. I knew who Bomb Cherry was, but I got to make sure that you are who you are. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I need you to uncam up before I put you on the panel.
Yeah.
Uncle Stu, are you saying she needs to put her camera on, or are you saying to?
Yeah, like put her camera on so I can verify who I'm looking at before I throw up on the panel. Because unfortunately, sadly, I don't know if somebody's gonna try to and blow and derail this live. You know what I'm saying? and then I gotta run around going to TLA and everybody else.
Yeah.
And you know, okay. It says device disconnected. So hey, it is what it is. But so let's do this. I'm gonna connect with you in the back channel. And then let's see if you got something to deal with Shannon with, and that way we don't come into a conflict. And I would definitely do chapter 25. And let's give it 2 weeks. That way people can look on my platform or look on your platform and try to get your book.
Yeah.
And that way they'll have the book.
Yeah.
And then we can do it again and set the date up.
Sounds good. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, Brother Obsidian, assalamu alaikum rahmatullah. I really thank you for coming here and having the tough conversation. I wasn't expecting the last hour to go the way it did.
Yeah, about that.
But it did, and I hope women understand that I was not trying to beat Bomb Cherry up. I guess before the billions, Uncle Stu is famous because Bomb Cherry about to just, judo chop me on her platform. So I'm now the worst black man in America. So,
yeah,
I was trying not to get famous with Osage Jackson. I wanted to earn my way. I didn't know I was getting ready to get clipped.
Yeah.
But
Uncle Stu, you're nowhere near the worst of all the black men or anything like that.
Yeah.
So, I don't think that even a clip is gonna make you seem, that bad or anything like that. I don't even think that you guys were, talk about anything that was like, to make you seem like you, a bad person or evil or anything like that.
Yeah, I want women to understand. For me, I wish I can get a Kevin Samuels on my platform. Not because.
Yeah, Uncle Stu, you'd be surprised.
You can turn the camera off if you want to stay uncammed.
Yeah, Uncle Stu, you would be surprised because Kevin Samuels is in a lot of these people's channels and stuff. I think he was in Drummer Boy's his comment section.
Oh,
and
okay. Well,
he was
but
surprised.
you know what it is for me, and I understand the game. You don't want people to say they what they call it, clout chasing. So some people just use his name just to get likes, subscribers, views. I'm genuine. So, for me, it's not, I had Kevin Samuels on my show. It's, I just want to have the conversation. It's not even, whenever, like if anybody looks at my interviews, it's just having the conversation. I'm not here to condemn anybody. I just want to have it. And that's what it was for me with Obsidian. The reason I chose his book and read is because there was some historical stuff that I grew up in. If I said to you before the binge, you ever heard of Essence Magazine? What would you say?
Yeah, I have heard of Essence.
You have. How many people in your age group heard of Essence Magazine?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably heard of it, but I don't know the exact amount. I would say probably
how about the actual
60%?
Ebony magazine when Mr. Johnson owned Ebony?
I don't even know who Mr. Johnson is. But I know what Ebony magazine is.
Now
it's
I'm
like
about to,
we know about it because you hear it in the media. Being referenced. Back in the past and stuff like that. It's not like we've read these magazines or anything like that.
Now I'm gonna tell you what's real funny. You ready? Now, Obsidian and Mr. Tolbert. Look at Mr. Tolbert's first face. You ready? You know why black men used to buy Jet magazine?
Why? Well,
they used to open up the Jet magazine.
Beauty of the week.
Black women that came from an HBCU.
Yeah, beauty of the week.
Black women in a bathing suit.
Yeah,
that was
a big draw for me. I was a kid. Yeah, me and the
now, wait. Now, I did read some of the articles after I looked in the middle.
See?
And then Uncle Stu, another thing is that I grew up with my grandparents, and they actually had a lot of older magazines as well. And actually, one of the magazines, I think it was Essence, and they had a picture of Janet Jackson on there, and I was like, oh. I was a little kid. And stuff like that, but that was one of my favorite magazines.
It's funny, Billions. So I was a kid, right, growing up. And back then, the big thing that Uncle Stu and Mr. Tolbert remember this. before the big screen TVs that we know today, the big flat screens, there was, you know, the big floor model TVs. There was, you know, these big TV screens in cabinet work, magnified.
one of those too.
They were the big brands of the time, the Magnavox and Zenith, and RCA was another one. But so my grandmother, of course, she had a big floor model in the master bedroom of the house, right? So I would stay over my grandparents' house a lot, and so one day, and I remember it like it was yesterday too. I wasn't even 10 years old yet. I had to be like maybe, I don't know, 7 years old, something like that. And Tina Turner was on the TV singing Proud Mary, right? And she had this fringy type outfit on. It was it looked like something from the period, late 60s, early 70s,
Right.
very hippie looking, you know. And she's shaking it, man. I was sitting there mystified by that. Man. I was like, transfixed looking. So my grandmother turned the television on. You looking at the fast ass girls, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. I mean, I was just like, wow, what the hell was that? You know.
Look, can we be honest? Let's all have a real good laugh. Only reason why we love seeing Pam Grier in the movie, because we knew what we was going to see in every movie. Movie.
Yeah. With Pam Grier and her two best friends.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But that's where we get our laughter, and that's why I said there was areas where Obsidian went into a more nostalgia type deal. All right. Now, love, I have to do this again. I need you to uncam up. I'm noticing a pattern. All right. Okay, I'm gonna put you up. Okay.
Ain't they love?
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure,
Yeah.
We can.
Okay, great. All right, I'm doing it right. I'm batting 1,000. I got it right in BTB's chat, and now I got it right in here. I've been really messing up on the audio. And the secret for me so far is that I enter the chat through my phone, and I look at the chat on my laptop.
Okay, because there seems to be an echoing. Do y'all hear echoing?
No, I'm fine.
Yes, just a little bit of echo on my side. I can hear.
Yeah, there's a little bit of echo.
So
Do
long
you
as
have
y'all can
YouTube
hear me,
anywhere
because I
on?
can't hear myself, it's barely audible
Okay.
to
We
me.
can hear you.
I
We
might
can
have
hear
to
you.
put headphones in this phone. But I wanted to make the point of just what you were saying, sir, about men not having resources for battered women. Shelter is definitely not abundant. They may exist, but that ain't readily available from my experience. And I have 2 sons right now, and at least one of them is going through that. Okay, that person is so erratic. They have been in all kinds of fights because of her bipolarism, and they have children together. And my sons, both of my sons,
hold on,
actively pursued
Naylove,
custody and also being involved in their children's life. And what they don't get is a lot of credit for that. Oh man, I can't hear
I don't
him
mean
at
to cut
all.
you, Naylove. I don't mean to cut you off. Do you have a laptop on somewhere?
I can't hear you, man. Wow.
Naylor, you might have to
I'm
change
hearing
your
2
mic.
different things in the chat. Someone's saying there's an echo. And I don't know if I am on a delay. Okay, go ahead and talk now.
Yeah, I don't think she can hear us.
Wow.
Okay, we can hear you if you can hear us.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna get my headphones because you're barely audible to me, and it could just be my phone. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah. But
you might want to put her on mute. She's getting that.
Put her on mute. Okay.
Yeah, They Love just came up on my panel a little earlier today.
Oh, okay.
And she had been wanting to talk about this, like the importance of Black fathers in the child's life, um, based off of the lead attorney video that both him and O'Shea Duke Jackson put up as clips. And that was the Judgy Justice. I sent that one
Oh,
to you.
that's the one that I use. Yeah.
Yeah, same one.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's she. I think she might want to talk about that as well, but I don't know for sure. But yeah,
I mean, if that's what she wanted to talk about, I don't think that has anything to do with Obsidian at this moment.
Mm.
But yeah, like I said, you know, would I have a problem talking to a Kevin Samuels or somebody? Sure, but I'm gonna be going a totally different route, you know. And my route is, hey, we're Black content creators. Where's this going? Where can what? How do we move the ball forward? You know, and I like Obsidian's argument as far as when it says, hey, we just got to do what we got to do. I was trying to have. I'm always going to try to have a higher intellectual conversation. You know, character assassinations. I'm not going to beat up people for what they look like, sound like. Just have the conversation. Let's just be genuine. That's all.
Hey, love, are you there?
Sounds
Nate
good.
Love.
Yeah, she may still be having some audio
Yeah,
issues.
you probably got connection issues. Obsidian, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to jump out of here in a minute, man. But we'll definitely get together in a couple of weeks. Just stay in touch. You know how to get in touch with me. I want to thank everybody for hosting me today. I really appreciate it. And meeting Mr. Tolbert and Before the Billions. Hopefully we'll speak again. And until next time, thank you.
Take care.
Before the Billions, you know I got to clip that part, right? The thank you. You know, that's a famous statement he loves to make, and he says it a certain that way.
Right. He also says this, something that I always make. He says this.
Which one?
Masculine energy.
Okay, can y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am. First of all,
okay.
Thank you for
all right.
coming
The
on
headphones work, but the doggone microphone don't work on the headphones. So
all right, you go ahead. Say what you got.
So it's just low to me. The volume is low on my cell phone. Anyway, I really wanted to bring home how the Black men who do try to be in their kids' life really, truly don't get the credit they deserve. I see it systematically. All the glory go to the mom, whereas it's a lot of resources that's available to the mother that's not available to the male for that same child. So, like, for example, the mother can go out and get link or Section 8 food stamps and generally get assistance where the man can't for the same child. And then if he is working and he's doing his best to provide support, it ain't never enough. It is so many women that think of men as the wallet and the wallet only. The man has value in those children's life beyond just the wallet. Okay, they can change diapers and hold a bottle just as good as females. And I get sick and tired of the females that get on here like that one that was on Lev attorney talking about her 9 months. Her 9 months made her more qualified than anybody else to make decisions about that child's life. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, Pamela. No. Both of y'all end up learning how to be parents exactly the same way, because none of us come with manuals. It's trial and error. Let the man try like you trying. You get the opportunity to try and experiment on this baby like a guinea pig, because you don't know what the fuck what you doing either. Okay, it don't just come automatically because you got a JJ. Okay. And I see a lot of men that's more responsible than the women. Okay? All the time. Routinely. Yet the woman is the one going to court, want to get child support, and don't even realize the child support you're fighting for is going back to the state.
Yeah, they love. Did you go out? Is it just me?
Self-muting, I guess.
Yeah. They love. If you can hear us, the audio disconnected. Okay. Uncle Stu, you still there? Yeah, Uncle Stu might have walked away.
Okay,
Oh,
is her mic out?
yeah, I think so.
Okay. Whew. All righty. Let me give a big shout out. Nate Love, what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop you off the panel. Hopefully you get the technical stuff squared away. So I'm going to drop you back. Let me give a big shout out to Miss Lucchese20. She is the grand sponsor of today's live stream. Salute to her. She's going to be a double sponsor because not only am I going to say that Lucchese is sponsoring this live stream, but Lucchese also gave me 2 books to read and to research. And, you know, between another chapter of Obsidian's book and the book that Lucchese also recommended, we're going to take a deep dive into that book. So, yes, Lucchese. See, I give credit to where credit is due. And I don't know if you're saying what yes to you, but yes, you are the grand sponsor of this live stream. Now, not the chaotic part, but we're just going to give you credit for sponsoring this live stream. And I thank you for your love, Lucchese. You have been a great, awesome support to this platform. And I thank you. There's so many people I couldn't do it without, but you have definitely been sponsoring me and making sure that this live streams go on, that the videos go on. And so to all the people, my nieces and nephews, you know, just show some love to Lucchese 20. There are other people that support it, but Lucchese, you know, you are a woman that needs to be given your flowers while you got them. And so I'm giving you your flowers. And I thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And Uncle Stu, let me say this right quick because I was trying to go to the links that you have in your description for buying Obsidian's book. Neither one of them works. It goes to a page that I found.
It does.
Yeah,
Okay.
So you might need to
look at go to my description of where it should be. Go to the one where I did the introduction to Obsidian.
Yeah. Okay, so I think I know what happened. So you probably copied and pasted the link from the previous one. What you have to do is go into YouTube Studio and then copy it from there.
Oh, okay.
And then paste it from there because it'll have the full link.
Okay. Should what I'll do is in the back channel, I'll contact you and then we'll go through that step by step. Make sure I do it right.
Okay.
They love this like are you playing the video in the back?
There's no other window open on my phone.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay. So y'all can hear me clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Good, honey. I have 2 sons, and I'm dealing with the baby daddy, baby mama drama with both of them. I have a grandchild that I don't even know. She's 10 years old now. That's how long the mother have been taking full control over that child and won't allow her to come here to visit. My son goes 200 miles to visit with his child just because he's that determined to have a relationship with his child. And yet, in 10 years, this mother absolutely will not allow her to come to us. So I taught both of my sons how to fight for their rights, advocate for their rights in court. My youngest son, he he's just getting started in his career. So, if he fall down on his luck, especially since he's out of state, if he fall down on his luck, he don't have the family support system. Like, he can't go back home to me when his kids is in the other state. So he chooses to be in the other state just so he can be in a relationship with his kids. Both my sons was in their baby's life, from the doctor's appointments to cutting the cord and all that, and they provide support without the mother having to ask and pull teeth. Yet that's the weapon. Women weaponize that child support thing. And it ain't a fair system for the black man at all. And you doing more disservice to your child when you put him in that system that's much harder to wrangle out of than it is for you to cooperate and co-parent with the man. I can't stand when mothers take credit when both of y'all learning how to be a parent at the same time, because don't none of us come with manuals. And who said you automatically know more about taking care of a baby because it came out your vajayjay? And no matter what, if you carried it for 9 months, I don't care how much you try, you can't impregnate yourself. So you still can't do it by yourself. And so many of the women that had that attitude out there, I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that all by myself. That's what they end up doing. Exactly. They're all by themselves. So I see notoriously that men do not get credit for what they do, the ones who try to be there. Because the women constantly are comparing themselves to stuff they seeing on TV. It ain't got nothing to do with reality. And like that young lady that was in Lead Attorney, a chat talking about her 9 months. What do they have to do with the child rest of his life? The rest of his life, he gonna need the daddy, okay? Not your womb, okay? Use a vessel. And God determined that you be the vessel. But your child needs their father. How many paternity court shows? Oh, I didn't have a father in my life. Number one problem. And if it wasn't a problem, that wouldn't be the number one thing that come out of everybody's mouth when they come there in court. I want my child to have a father in his life. And I got one baby mama that we don't even know her child, because she's been playing the goofy games of never allowing her to come down here. My son has to travel up 200 miles just to see his child, and never giving credit for the fact that he pays child support without the court ordering it. And that if the court ordered it, it'll be way less than what he give her on his own. Yes, he weaponizes the child support thing.
Right. Let me ask you a question, Nate Love, because for right now, for this particular live, I didn't really talk about, the family court system or any of those things. I may have hinted at it just for clarity purposes. My question to you is, did you see the very beginning of this live stream based on Obsidian's book?
Yeah, I saw the book, and my opinion is I like for a person to be upfront. I think it's wonderful. If the female agrees to it, so be it. And yeah, it should be consequences if you change your mind. It don't have to. I don't think it should be, nothing, physically harmful if she say no. But I guess it's a consequence. He's alluding to, will she have to pay back the date money or something? I don't know. I'm not really getting how that go. But
can I ask you, Mr. Sam Tolbert? The answer is yes. If either you or Before the Billions can post it in the live.
I was glad that he was standing in it unapologetically. I can't help but respect that.
Excellent.
But you're also
Excellent.
talking to a woman who has practiced abstinence for half of her adult life. So
Yeah, that's your body is your body to do what you please.
exactly.
Um, and again, if that's what a man chooses to do and that's what a woman chooses to do, I don't have a right to argue or any of those things. So, that's how, I look at it. So I want to thank you for being able to come up on the platform and speak your voice. Um, you can definitely be a subscriber of mine, and
Yeah,
there are times where I am going to have those conversations.
yeah.
And you're more than welcome to come and talk about it. I have, on my platform, I do have those topics, and when I bring it up again, you're more than welcome to come and share your story.
Okay. Yeah, I support you. What you're doing. You intrigue me. I saw is you had the same kind of impact that B2B has. Like he might feel well. I hope you don't mind me saying it. You might feel socially awkward, but I couldn't help but notice who you attract to you, including Led Farmer, and same goes for Uncle Stu. It's a reason why people are drawn to you. Okay, even though you might be, whatever, Urkel, a nerd or whatever, people are still intellectuals are definitely going to be attracted to what you got to say, and they can look past whatever awkwardness you may have. Okay, and I personally have enjoyed every single chat that I've been in B2B's chat, and this is my first time participating with Uncle Stu, but I've seen what you had to say in other people's chat, so that's what got me over here to see you. So
Well, what I'm going to say is from this day forward, I think that's going to be an undercover comedy routine before the billions, which is I am now the old nerd on the block. I appreciate you.
I'm I'm an old nerd too. I'm a IT tech from back in the day, but no, I don't use the flip phone. My phone is quite smart. It's still people got to catch up to me. But but I am behind the times as far as dating. I don't know what people do these days. I am at a loss. I'm scared to even try to get out there in the game. Yet I got plenty of followers, still plenty of ones that want to push up on me, but I don't know what I want as far as how that go. I don't know how that go. I don't know. And I've made a suggestion about going someplace neutral instead of a formal quote unquote date. And when I mentioned grocery store and laundromat, that was ridiculed. But to me, I can't think of a more real place to get to know somebody where you ain't putting on airs, where you ain't
Yeah.
putting representative and you just get to know that person. I feel like that's a big problem with the young people of the day. They don't spend enough time getting to know somebody. You need to vet them. You definitely need to do that. And you betting down these women because they got the big booty and the pretty eyes. And then you got a nightmare on your hands for 18 years because you did the do. And I couldn't come at my sons on a religious thing because I don't really practice any particular faith. But I say to you, I challenge anybody now that's out there dating, quit relying on birth control, rely on self-control. We need a whole lot more of that being instilled in everybody across the board, males and females. Tuck it before uck it. Get to know that person. Because if you're not measuring that person, you dick it down. I mean, excuse my language. In terms of, is this going to be a good baby mama? Then you shouldn't be doing it. Okay? And I just think the whole friends with benefits is delusional. You kidding yourself, because somebody gonna catch feelings. That's intentional by design by God. You know, we not robots. So I would like to know how to date these days. So I want to check the book out. And I find that interesting with the email. I mean, I could go with the email to a point, but as far as my body ain't even on the table at all.
Would it be disrespectful to ask approximately? You ain't got to give exact number. Approximately, how old are you?
I don't mind. Although, yeah, you know, it's impolite to ask a lady her age, but I'm proud of my age. I'm 59. I'll be 60 in September.
All right. I'm
all glad
right.
Like
I ain't mad at
people
you.
gotta
You know.
up, okay? Yes, they do. I'm not behind the times. I'm just not with the times. I'm not with the BS. And you ain't gonna just, pull no wool over my eyes. You talking to somebody with their eyes wide open. So I say, come to the table, ready to put it on the table. I want to hear your side effect. First day. I don't want to waste a week, a month, 6 weeks trying to figure you out. Tell me what you're about first day and give me the opportunity to say, well, can I deal with that crazy or not? Otherwise, to me, most of the problem comes from people being deceptive, not really keeping it real, not being a real stuff on day one. It's just like medication. When you pick up a bottle of medicine, don't it have the side effects on there? And then it's up to you to decide, okay, am I going to take this medicine or not? I think people are afraid of the answer that is going to be a no. And what I say is that we should also have the self-esteem to accept no and say, okay, it's not for me. If you work on yourself, that's time you spending alone and you work on yourself, you're going to end up being a better you for somebody else. Okay?
Let me ask you a question. Would you ever would you have ever seen sociological market in the African American community the way it is now compared to how it used to be, say, 25, 30 years ago?
Did I foresee how it's going to be now?
Yeah, in other words, do you see a major difference in how things was 25, 30 years ago versus today?
Yeah, the major difference is guys substitute video chat for a relationship. No, sir. No, sir. I don't turn my camera on. You got to see me in person. I can't relate. And I'm very techy, okay? But we're not finna do that video chat, and that's the relationship. You substituting that as the relationship? No, no, sir. I don't like that way. And the reason why I say that, because I think about the young women. They so impressionable when high school. They under so much pressure to reveal more and more and more. And I feel like the internet got all of us overstimulated. Okay. So I feel like that's not a good thing for us. It's a negative to me, in my opinion. People need to still get to know each other, vet each other.
I think you missed the question. You missed the question. Take me back to when you was 25, out dating, and then what do you see today? How was it when you was in your 20s?
When I was 25, out dating, I used to go to the club to find, meet new people, and I had no problem then. I ain't gonna go to nobody club now because of what? COVID, and then you sure not coming to my house because I don't know who you are yet. So how do you get to know people? It's a big difference back then to now compared to now. I would never put my life out there on Facebook as far as what I see people routinely do. And that screws up a lot of relationships. And I feel like if you got so much time to be online, it's because you ain't got nobody. You would never be
think you're talking to three people that might dispute that. You know, all three of us got somebody, but this is our business. So being online is what we got to do.
Yeah, if that's your business, but I'm saying so many of these young people, or anybody now today, is substituting those video chats for relationships. I I don't feel like you can relate through a phone. I'm gonna need some contact. I'm gonna need some, I need to meet your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin, see your block, see your house, see your
Yo,
friends.
wait. Hold it. See. You talk about seeing all that, but wait a minute now. How you gonna see all that in a day? So you mean to tell me I gotta show you all of that before I can meet you?
No, I didn't say you got to show me all that before you meet me. I'm just saying that's my expectation if I'm in a relationship. If I'm calling myself being serious with somebody, I don't want them to be the mystery man. And it's so many people, they putting on facades on this social media. Come on now. Come on now.
Hey.
You posting the best picture. You ain't showing how you really look when you wake up in the morning. Can't nobody smell your breath on the internet, okay? It might be some things you can't really go with, because if them feet and that mouth is kicking, I might not be able to do it with you, okay? And the telephone ain't gonna help me with that, okay? So you still gonna need the human contact. And I see too many men substitute the video chat as I was offended, because see, I'm old school, and it used to be sacred. Your identity used to be a thing that was sacred, okay? I would not dare ever put my face and my name and real picture on anybody's website at one time. But Facebook, that's the whole website. When I first saw it happening, I thought people was losing their mind. What? Are you kidding me? For real? They doing that? Is that how they doing for real? It's that part of our culture now is still a shock to me, even though I'm techie and I've been on the internet 30 years.
Wait a minute now. Whoa. You've been on the Who for how long?
I've been on the internet 30 years. I ain't new to this. I'm a techie.
30 years.
It's at least 30.
Well, Mr. Tolbert, I am slow. I didn't start playing with the internet until about 10 years ago. She got me by 20.
Yeah, I began my IT career in the 80s.
So you was now in the 80s. Now you talking about, so that means you work for IBM.
I'm them hidden figure chicks. That the lady who stole the book from the library, that's me. That's my stuff.
Now this is good. Where did you work? Did you work for IBM or did you work for the government?
I worked for corporate America. I did both. I did contract work, but my longest appointment was with a law firm doing technical support, Mayer Brown and Platt, one of the most prestigious law firms in Chicago. So no, I'm not new to this.
Oh, you said okay. We all looking in the chat now. You done said Chicago. We waiting on your homegirl to show up now.
How about I still got a rotary phone? Please believe I got the top of the line smartphone trust. It ain't iPhone neither. Okay.
All right, so you're a Chi-Town woman.
Yeah, I'm Chi-Town, born and bred.
All right, let me see if I can speak part of the language. Well, you was on the west side, south side. How them sides go in Chi-Town?
I was on all them sides. All sides. Every last one.
Have you been that you work for corporate America? Have you traveled?
I haven't, and I regret that now, and that's my bucket list now. That's what I plan to do the rest of my life, is some traveling. So yeah, I regret that I didn't travel more, and it is unfortunate because I'm one of those kids from the hood. Some of us don't even understand there's a world beyond the 4-block radius that we born in. So okay. I was the one that ventured out, but I didn't travel outside of the state. So I only been to Georgia and Texas because I got a sister in both states. And I'm thinking about moving to Georgia. I'm listening to you, BTB. I want to know, is it still a good idea?
Girl, I heard it's hot in Georgia now. I heard it's hot down there now. You can handle going down there. For them brothers is hot. They hot down there now.
I don't know what you mean by hot, but I'm looking forward to heat, okay? Because I hate the winter, okay?
I was just about to tell you it's 50 degrees down here right now.
Okay, it's 3 degrees here. 3.
Yeah, she got them lakes now. She got them lakes up there. I ain't gonna lie now. It's cold in Chicago and it be in New York at times.
I hate the winter. I hate it. That's why I ain't gonna be moving to no New York either. I know they get cold too.
So let me ask you.
It's a big difference. The young people don't take the time to vet each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they fall for that image that you're projecting on social media, which can be vastly different than what you end up meeting in real life, in person. So I feel like
Nayla, that is exactly how it is. You know, when you are, well, I ain't gonna say that no young person vets. I can't really say that, but for the good majority of us, it's a good thing we have people like Uncle Stu, Yvonne Bryant. We have a whole bunch of people who talk about how important it is to vet and actually tell you how to do it. So I remember when I was
check that out.
when I was younger, they ain't know anything. Like I ain't know anything about vetting. I was like, okay, you know.
And I'm not a man, so I be stumbling and at a loss what to tell my sons, because it's way easier for me to talk about how I abstain, but it's a little bit different for the man. You know, I did 10 years, but most men ain't gonna do a 10-year bid, okay? They're not gonna wait that long. So I don't know what
Naylove, Uncle Stu, Mr. Tolbert, thank you so much for having me up. I do have to drop and get in the car.
Yeah.
So, thank you guys so much.
And thank you before the beans. I appreciate you. Miss Love.
I appreciate you too.
Yep, and I just want to say I really appreciated the conversation. Everybody in the chat was just loving you. They really loved you, and we love you too. So I'm gonna hope that you come back again when I have another live, no matter what the topic. And like I said, everybody in the chat loved you. They you know, you talk, you brought a smile back to everybody's face. You really did. You really did. And you brought joy to me in this last hour. So I want to thank you so much. And again, I do take your son's story seriously.
Yeah.
So don't think that I'm laughing at that. That's a very serious situation. And hopefully my team and I will be able to come up with some topics, some issues, and try to, you know, help you in any way we can, if we can do it, because everybody's in a different state and everybody's situation is personally different. But hopefully, just to let you know, you are not alone.
I'm able to advocate for them and steer them in the right direction when it comes to the legality of it, because I tell my sons all the time, that's not legal what they're doing. Okay. It's not legal.
Yes, ma'am.
But both of my sons want to stay out of court. Because why? Black men notoriously get the raw deal in the court.
Yes, ma'am. But we working hard on changing those narratives. So again, I want to thank you so much. I've done this live. It's getting ready to be on 4 hours now. And I know that my moderators, they want to break. They want to go eat and have lunch and do their thing. So I think I've overworked them for one live stream. I even had to add one of my other great supporters and give him a ring to help out with the other moderation that's going on. So, you know, I just want to say thank you. and you are more than welcome to come back again. Okay.
I sure will be back. I enjoyed it. I appreciate y'all allowing me to be in the chat, and
Yes.
appreciate intellectual conversation at all times. And y'all
Yes,
could
ma'am.
prove that it don't have to be a cuss out. That's not fun. That's not cute. And when you play those videos back, it sound ridiculous. Okay, we can
Yes,
chat.
ma'am. All right. Thank you.
All right. You welcome. Bye-bye.
All right, Mr. Tober. Everybody in the chat, I want to thank you so much for giving Uncle Stu and his other uncle and giving his other uncle the platform again. But in all seriousness, everybody, listen, I want you to have a sound mind, a sound heart, a sound soul. Listen, the Rona is real. That stuff out there is real, y'all. At least I'm taking it very seriously, and I want y'all to take it seriously too. You know, I can't tell you what to do with your body, but in all reality, y'all, I am seeing too many people dropping. I'm seeing too many people getting sick, and some of these people is very close, extremely close to me. And when I mean me, I'm talking about relation wise. So please take care of your health, if nothing else. And I know it's tough out here for a lot of y'all, but just know that I'm praying for y'all always. I love y'all. I just salute y'all. I thank y'all. And again, I'm still trying to do whatever I can to support you in your life, in whatever you need. We working real hard to get you the things you need. And hey, I just want to thank y'all for rocking with me. Inside joke, y'all go ahead and look for Uncle Stu. He's about to get yoked up with his name on the female YouTube streets. So y'all be prepared for that too, because sometimes if you don't submit to everybody's will, hey, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. So let's rock and roll. But Mr. Tober, I appreciate you again. I'm definitely going to get with you on the back channel because might need to get some music for some other stuff so I can have two different musicians rocking and rolling with me in two different areas. So definitely going to get with you about that.
Not a problem.
Usually what I try to do is not only pay for it, but make sure your name is credited right there at the beginning. So, so everybody else know where to go. But like I said, I thank you, for being here, for rocking and rolling with me and whatnot. And, whew, this was a good one.
Thanks for opening up your platform to give me a place to just sit and observe. And I'm one of those musicians who always listen for the right time to play his note. So if I seem quiet, it's because I'm listening.
Excellent. Just hang on the platform and let's do what I got to get a new ending now because I've had this one for a while, so I got to get something different now. All right, everyone in the chat.
This is Uncle Stu, the old man on the block. Like, comment, share, and definitely subscribe. Emancipate your mind. Peace.